Good morning, everyone. Whilst you're all settling down and getting your coffees and teas, I'm just gonna do a bit of housekeeping, and we'll be starting in just a few moments. So for those of you who haven't come yesterday, just a quick kind of housekeeping for the venue. There is no alarms planned for today, so if an alarm comes on, head towards the lifts, and there is the stairwell opposite them to get down by the reception and out that way. If you need the toilets, they're just on the hallway, again on the way to the lifts. I think maybe just a very brief overview of yesterday. It is in order. I think we had some really exciting presentations and a really good discussion yesterday. For any of you who couldn't join us yesterday, if you go to the SARCC YouTube channel, you'll be able to view the live stream recorded there. And we'll also be releasing more information and contact details of the speakers and stuff like that. So just stay tuned in with our social channels. So as you who came yesterday also know, we have been using Mentimeter to do a little bit of interaction with the audience. So I will be using that today again. If you don't know how it works, you basically just use your phone, log in, either use the QR code or enter the code there. You should be able to just use the same phone as yesterday, and it will basically just add on to the questions. So if you've already answered those questions, don't worry about answering again. But if you haven't, would you mind telling us where you came from? Have you traveled from afar? This also obviously is true for everyone joining us online. Hello. So tell us where you're tuning in from. It would be great to see some extra answers in there. So we had loads of people from all over the UK. We have people from Belgium, from France, from the third floor. So there's definitely a few new people. Maybe we just inspired someone staying at the hotel to come and join us, which is excellent. All right, I'll quickly move on to the next one. So if you've answered this already, don't worry, but if you haven't, would you mind just telling us what kind of stakeholder are you? This is really useful information for all our speakers, just to know how to target, maybe answer the specific questions that might really cater for you. So we've got someone from the public joining us. That's great. A couple more academia, loads and loads of local authority officers. So that's really great to see, because we want to be interacting with all the cities and all the councils. So we've got almost 60 people who've responded. Oh, over 60, fantastic. Okay. So I'll just move on to the next one. And this is just obviously not for everyone online. Unfortunately, you can't join us on the pilot visit, but can everyone who is here in person and who is planning to come to the pilot site visit please say yes? This is just so we can make sure that we have enough spaces for you on the coach, or if we need to get some extra cars. So I'll give you a minute to answer that, because that is very important. So for the pilot site visit, we will be going to one of the sites from Southend pilot. As I've said previously in the communications, there is a little bit of walking involved. We will be going after lunch. I will kind of tell you again when we get to that. But you will need walking shoes or trainers, maybe not smart shoes or heels, and then obviously adequate clothing for the outside. It's about a mile walk, so it's not massively far, but just so you're ready for that. We should have a few more people in the room, so I'm just going to give it a few more moments. Yes. So the login details are right at the top if you need to get them again. And then we'll have one of our colleagues from Southend Council actually tell you a little bit more details whilst on the way on the coach. So they will be talking as part of the pilot panel as well, but they will be able to provide more information on the way. Okay, I think we'll be okay with the spaces. So I'll just move on. So Before we get to our first speaker, I would like to ask you if you think that NBS is always possible. Do you think that it can be implemented everywhere in some way, or maybe you think that some places NBS will just never work? Also, don't know is perfectly valid, of course. We're trying to gauge an idea in the room. So a lot of people are saying that there is some need of hybridization. That's interesting. Obviously, there's a lot of eco-engineering approaches that work with great infrastructure to some level. This is something that's very relevant in cities. But there's also a lot of people saying that it will just not work in some places. So that's really fascinating. So we had about 30 people. This is obviously a question for everyone online as well. Please do interact. I forgot to mention, if you are, if anyone in the room is asking about the live stream, if you just go to sarcc.eu, that will bring you to the live stream. So share that with your colleagues and friends. If you want to ask any questions online, just put them in the chat. We have Isaac and Will taking those questions, and they will be passed on to our speakers. If you want to post about the event on Twitter, please do so. Just use a hashtag SARCC event. That's SARCC event. And again, Isaac and Will pick up on it if there's any questions in there. So getting really good engagement, 40 people in the morning, that's amazing. Everyone's awake. Great. Well, people still coming in. That's for the next stage. Okay, so if we hide Mentimeter now, and I will get ready for our first speaker. So yesterday we had the pleasure to listen to Heather from Estuary Edges, and she talked about the funding. Today we have her colleague Amy Pryor. She's going to be telling us about innovative ways of approaching NBS in coastal and estuarine cities. So perhaps this might challenge that notion of NBS is not always possible that some of you have said. So Amy has been working as a marine scientist an estuarine scientist, as she described herself, for over 20 years. And she has a wealth of experience within very complex environments. Her main role is working within the Thames estuary. So this is looking at London. So maybe it's getting the scale of nature-based solutions to a slightly different level than what we used to within our smaller coastal cities. So hopefully you'll find this really interesting. And I'll just pass on to Amy to tell you more about it. If you want to ask questions, just think of questions, and we'll be taking some at the end of her talk. Thank you, Amy.
Thank you very much, David. Yes, I'm less of a scientist these days, I have to say. Thank you for inviting me to speak today. I'm Amy Pryor. I'm Technical Director at the Thames Estuary Partnership, and I also chair a national network called the Coastal Partnerships Network, which you're going to hear a little bit about today. But as David just said, I'm going to be talking about innovative ways of approaching nature-based solutions in coastal and estuarine cities. But the context really that I'm aiming for and the message I'm trying to get across is that, cities have been built essentially because they're on our major estuaries, because of that link to the global ocean and maritime industry. So we need to be taking more of a wholescape approach, really linking our cities and our peri-urban and our rural coastal areas more meaningfully. So you're going to hear a lot about that over the next few minutes. But I'm going to start off telling you a little bit about the Thames Estuary Partnership. We're a charity. We're hosted by University College London, and that really embeds us across research that comes to bear that's relevant around the Thames Estuary. And there really is pretty much nothing that you can't study, that you can't ask a question about, that has some relevance across our estuaries and our coasts. So it's a really rich, myriad research area covering across socio-economic issues as well as environmental issues. And the Thames Estuary Partnership was set up 22 years ago in recognition that estuaries such as the Thames really need a more integrated approach across the land and sea and across sectors to the management and sustainable development of the estuary over time. So 22 years ago, we were set up by the founding partners, the logos that you can see at the bottom there, and they were all the key stakeholders that have some kind of responsibility towards the Thames estuary. And over the years, we were recognised as being a safe, neutral, convening organisation, an organisation that you could trust to bring all those different sectors together and enable a cross-sectoral conversation, to really try and break down those silos between the ways that we all work and try and find a way forward that's beneficial as it can be to every single agenda, every interest, every sector, and across socioeconomics and environment. So no mean task there. And we do that in various different ways, which I'm not going to go into in this presentation. But we're also not alone. We were one of several coastal and estuary partnerships that were set up back in the mid to late 90s. And currently today, there is 55 coastal and estuary partnerships around the whole of the UK. And I chair the Coastal Partnerships Network, which was set up voluntarily back in 2006 in recognition that all of these small organisations are doing brilliant work on the ground, trusted by the local communities, the local sectors, the local regulatory authorities, to do that convening work, to create that safe space for conversation. And also, they make sure that projects, they can find ways forward and co-develop projects across sectors to fill a gap in knowledge or fill a gap in process and really accelerate local delivery and local impact on the ground. They're all very different. They all differ in size, in governance structure, in the focus of what they actually focus on in terms of work delivery. And that's really a reflection of the funding, where the funding comes from. So and they also, with their governance structures differing so much, they can be everything from a registered charity like ourselves down to a project within a university. So it really shows, I think, the strength in that difference because they've grown locally and sort of organically, if you like, over time. From that community-led need to have that space for the connections and the conversations, but they've managed to survive over time by diversifying how they find money, what they focus on, and really, managing to stay alive, basically, over 30 years of austerity coming and going and changes in legislation. So really, that to me speaks of the power of the partnership model, that everybody needs it, everybody wants it, but it is extremely difficult to fund. And this is basically what a coastal and estuary partnership does. We can harmonise those funding streams from across private, public and civic society. We do the connection with the catchment management upstream, inland, that vertical integration across the land and sea interface. And we do the horizontal integration across either along an estuarine riverside or across a coastal space. We do a huge amount of communications, really aligning messages and getting information out there across all the different sectors and to the public. And we can really make it land. We can do that local impact and delivery. So coming back to the Thames estuary, this is my stomping grounds. The Thames is 95 miles long. The tidal reaches is in Teddington in West London near Hampton Court Palace. And it flows through central London all the way down here to Essex and Kent, where the tidal extent finishes just beyond us in Shoebury-Ness and Sheerness in Kent across the water. And over the years, obviously, the Thames built the city, so to be an operational port, the river walls have been built to keep the sea out, and it's been dredged for navigation, creating a much deeper, faster-flowing channel than it would have been naturally back in Roman times. There's just 2% of natural riverbank left on the whole of the tidal Thames. And that's that picture you can see in the top left-hand corner there. That's Syon Park in Richmond. And really, it's resulted in very, very, obviously, vertical walls, not very well vegetated. We've lost all of that intertidal habitat and salt marsh that would have been there, about 10,000 hectares over time. And it's very, very fast, so there's nothing for life to cling on to, if you like, and the wildlife that needs to migrate up and down the river has no refugia, has no areas to go to feed and to get away from predators or get out of pollution events. So really, we've had to innovate over time to build back that more naturalised habitat into the heavily built-up environment. And doing that has had to create innovative ways to do it, building it as part of landside development and as part of flood defence. And with Thames Estuary TE2100, that's our flood defence blueprint for the next 100 years, or next 90 years, because the first 10-year review is just coming to an end. And we're going to have some hard decisions to make. There's going to have to be raising of the flood defences in some places because there's just no room to set back, to create that naturalisation. But also we're going to have to find areas that we can renaturalise, that we can give back to the sea. So the T2100 plan covers the entire tidal Thames, and it's really the first strategy of its kind that's looking to do that whole-scape approach, really take account at the tidal extents of the tributaries, as well as the freshwater input from the freshwater Thames and the tidal surges and oceanic influence from the ocean. So how have we gone about it in central London? Well, back in 2008, we project managed a new piece of guidance for developers called Estuary Edges. And this was the first time it was put into print what they'd been trying to do, the Environment Agency, the Port of London Authority, and local authorities over time, to try and build some of that biomimic through soft and hard engineering, those more natural intertidal habitats that you would find if we hadn't built across the land and seascape in this way. So back in 2008, the first guidance was launched, and that's really been the blueprint for developers moving forward. But a lot has changed in that time. So in 2017, the Environment Agency managed to find a bit more money to do an update to the guidance, but crucially, do the first consistent set of ecological surveys across the sites that we currently have within the network. Some studies had been done on these terrace systems before, but they'd been really, really opportunistic, master's or PhD focused, and had never really been brought into one place. So all of the advocacy that was done by the Environment Agency and others with developers to get these kinds of habitats built as part of riverside development had to come from expert knowledge. So for the first time, we've got baseline data sets, and I'll be coming on a little bit to that in a moment. So we currently have 17 sites across within the Greater London Authority area, and they differ in how they've been put together. So obviously it's not one solution fits all in every space. It's very dependent on the local dynamics, the bends in the river, how much sunlight, the gradient that you can achieve within that build, and the sediment type and the water quality within that area. So this is just an example, this is just a map to show the network across the GLA area. And the types of estuary edges that we can actually manage within that urbanised area are categorised into three types. So we have naturalised setback, which is essentially managed realignment light. It's an engineered version of managed realignment. Vegetated intertidal terraces, wall options, and absolutely no encroachment, if it can be at all. The policy is no encroachment, but if it's a nationally significant infrastructure project, then there is occasionally times when encroachment is allowed. But generally speaking, no more encroachment into the river because it's already constrained enough. Naturalised setback looks a bit like this. This is Barking Creek, which is, that's the Barking Creek Barrage, which is part of the Thames Barrier flood defence. So when the Thames Barrier closes, that barrage closes as well. And across the other side of the river, the Darrant Barrage closes too. So it completely cuts off central London from tidal surges coming upriver. So the naturalised setback, this is the most natural option you can achieve according to the guidance that we've developed. And there's not many places in the tidal Thames that you can achieve this. All of the sites, all of the naturalised setback sites are actually within Barking Creek. You take out the flood defence wall, you landscape and grade the area to be ideal for vegetation, natural vegetation and wildlife, but you can encourage that vegetation through planting. And this particular site is really accessible as well, so it's quite easy to monitor. It's one that's within our regular annual monitoring network. And you can see there a lovely bucket of fish And basically, we've proved that now this is believed to be a significant bass nursery area, sea bass nursery area. And the theory is that this actually helps to feed the North Sea fish stocks. So it's just another piece of evidence to showcase how the Thames Estuary is a nursery area right now, but it could be even better if we could fit more habitat like this back into the urbanised edges. Intertidal vegetated terraces. This is where you require a little bit of space to set back into the land to create the terrace gradient and the terrace width. And really, it's trying to biomimic that continuum from the foreshore up across the terraces and into the abutting against the flood defences without those vertical edges. So you tend to have multiple elevations depending on the local conditions, and it has a deep fill and really good drainage. So this is a series of sites. There's about 6 sites around within the network that has these intertidal vegetated terraces. This one is at North Greenwich Peninsula by the Millennium Dome. You can see there in the background. This was built about 20 years ago. It was well before any of the guidance was put together, any of the expert opinion had been formed. And the negotiation with the developer, they actually agreed to set back by 10 metres, which is quite a big deal at the time. That was prime land that they were developing and giving back a huge amount all around the Greenwich Peninsula to build several sites back into it. But this isn't actually evidenced anywhere, but personal communications with one of the EA staff at the time, I've been told the developer said that they had a 15% increase in property prices from that terrace being built alone. So the aesthetic value, the social value of these sites is really something that needs to be built into those blended finance models whilst taking account of the other socio-economic issues around that. Finding that mechanism to really to help maintain the aesthetic value that's, that premium property is deriving, i.e. the river view, the habitat view, that needs to be accounted for within any kind of Section 106 money, I think, anyway. That's my theory. So, yes, there's 6 sites around the Thames Estuary, but this is mainly down in the more brackish marine area, so sort of West India Docks area and downwards, Deptford Creek downwards. And then the final option, the least natural but the best urban option, is what we're calling vertical beaches or wall options. So these are really window box style bolt-on timbers that you can put onto a wall, any wall that has sloping brick, concrete or sheet piles in front of it. And really they colonize really quickly. They look like vegetated, salt marshy type window boxes. It's quite hard to prove that the fish and the biodiversity do use it, but if you go out on a rigid inflatable, out on a little boat on a high tide, you can actually float there and watch the fish feeding within the wall box vegetation. So they're using it very much like they would a salt marsh, getting in there, getting in the back, and then coming out on the change of the tide. And we do fish surveys in this creek as part of education programs because it's an ideal place, nice, easy slipway, and an education centre right there as well. So doing seine netting within there can really prove what kind of fish are using that. And you'll find similar fish that you would within Barking Creek. So there's juvenile bass, there's eels, there's flounder, there's gobies, there's all sorts of things in there. So it's a very rich environment. And why are we doing this? Well, like I said, it's trying to get that vegetation back into a heavily urbanised area. But essentially, we want to create a string of pearls, a stepping stones of habitat, if you like, from the coastal marshes downstream in the marine end, all the way through central London as far as possible, linking in with the floodplain restoration and river restoration going on in the upstream extents of the tributaries. And we need to go a step further. We need to be linking this with our landward green infrastructure as well. So innovation around that is really key. And I'm going to show you a quick example of where that's actually been done, at least in a one way. This is a new development that's been built in the last 2 to 3 years in Royal Wharf. And if you don't know where Royal Wharf is, it's on the north bank of the river, and you can see the Thames barrier there in that lower picture, just towards the end. So it's just upstream on the north bank of the Thames barrier. And what they did here was they built an intertidal terrace as part of the development, but they also built a swale behind the back, which just looks like a park. And the water drains through the swale under the path, under the Thames path, and then through the flood defence, and unfortunately drains out under the terrace. If they'd done it, if they'd built it in a way so that it drained into the terrace, you'd be getting that water dynamic, even a slight one, to counteract against the tide. So essentially what you're doing is building in a more nature-based solution to help cultivate more natural intertidal habitat within that terrace. So we're doing a lot of advocacy work around this at the moment to try and get that embedded in riverside strategies. And we don't want this to be done in isolation. We need a whole-scape approach, and we need to be linking with those coastal marshes. So we're working with downstream partners to do a strategic regional mapping of coastal habitat restoration potential within the lower Thames and the outer Thames. And this is linking in with some Environment Agency work across a national strand called Restoring Meadows, Marsh and Reef, and championing coastal coordination, which I don't think I'm going to have time to get to. I think I'm going to go over time. And a new piece of EA work looking to build a sediment resource database. So that's really looking at where are your sinks and sources of sediment, and how can that sediment be used beneficially to create coastal habitats. And it's not just about the environment. We can be linking in with socioeconomic agendas on this, really utilising the need and the creation of these habitats to strengthen the skills base of local riverside communities. And they're not just environmental skills. You can learn a whole heap of transferable skills through working on projects like this and with organisations like us. So we're piloting a new integrated approach to education, trying to link riverside communities and train them in transferable skills they can take into any industry, but they're learning them through an environmental lens, so they're getting that really strong environmental message. And with an optional environmental option at the end, just in case anyone's interested in an environmental career, but doesn't want to go through the traditional higher education route. So how do they get that experience? How can they get those connections without having to do oodles of free volunteer work or higher education degrees? And I touched a bit on strategies before. This is a new initiative we're kicking off in January, but building on an old piece of work. The Thames Strategy East is one of 3 joint Thames strategies across the whole estuary. And this was the first time they really tried to do integrated planning guidance across the water. So taking account of the north and south bank, cross boundaries of local authorities and the water itself. But Thames Strategy East, for example, was published in 2008. It was a 100-year planning document, which it was quite strange to me. And it's never been refreshed. So with the onset of T2100, they're taking a riverside strategy approach for flood defence. So we're working with them, with councils up and down the tidal Thames to refresh those strategies and fill the gaps where there are no joint Thames strategies. So we'll get that whole estuary framework embedded. And the idea behind this is that we can get the intertidal, the riverside green infrastructure, all the multiple benefits you can get with flood defence embedded in local authority, local plans. So it makes it more of a driver, more of a statutory, not a statutory responsibility, but more of a formal responsibility and ownership over developing these nature-based solutions. I touched on Rememory. This is the national initiative to get to restore meadows, marsh and reef around the country. And we're working with the National Environment Agency team on this through the Coastal Partnership Network. And this is just one initiative that's really trying to, again, link those environmental enhancements into the socioeconomic legislation like the industrial strategy, levelling up agenda, all of those great things that's going to trigger green skills, higher employability, more jobs, better economies for local coastal communities. And another initiative that ended about a year ago was our first foray with the National Rivers Trust through the Coastal Partnerships Network, trying to look at how do we better support partnership working? How do we link catchment partnerships, which are working more upstream on the river catchments, on the freshwater reaches, with the coastal and estuary partnerships downstream? So we're trying to get that whole-scape approach built in. So that brought about a lot of intelligence and a lot of networking, built relationships all around the country between those local partnerships. And those relationships are going from strength to strength. And then just recently, on a more national piece of work, we started working more closely with the Coastal Group Network. This is a mechanism for shoreline management plans, flood and coastal risk management that we have here in the UK. Big regional coastal groups set up, often embedded within local authorities and funded to do that strategic level work around our shoreline management plans. And we see this as a key mechanism to get that catchment management, that marine management, all of the great work that's going to lever in the nature-based solutions embedded in yet another form of strategy like the shoreline management plans. So how can we're working with them nationally and then cascading down and building relationships locally and regionally. So the map you can see on the far side just really highlights where all the catchment partnerships, the coastal and estuary partnerships and the coastal groups come together. There are gaps, but we're trying to fill that through a new national initiative we're working on right now to co-develop across sectors a national framework for coastal coordination. It's going to have a new name, don't worry. It's quite dry. But this is Environment Agency and DEFRA funded. It's a brilliant national collaborative. I really do enjoy working collaboratively. We spent 3 months at the beginning of this year basically making recommendations, discussing all the barriers to working in a more integrated, coordinated way, linking up across the land and sea more meaningfully, and what kind of infrastructure, what kind of resources do we all need in order to do this. And we came up with 6 high-level objectives, which really span across enabling that collaborative leadership at the top, enabling building the framework so that it can enable that coordinated delivery on the ground, really driving inclusive decision-making, so participative decision-making with local coastal communities who live and work there and have done for decades. So getting those voices in the room that don't traditionally engage with this kind of work. Streamlining communications. There's a huge amount of information out there for coastal messages, but they're all in different places. And unless you know what you're looking for, it's really hard to find. So building a coastal communications hub that's a one-stop shop for all things coastal messages, which includes our urban estuary. And building capacity, so building those skills, but also building capacity across sectors to understand each other better. So when I say nature-based solutions, and I'm talking about coastal habitat, it might not be, the person I'm talking to might be thinking nature-based solutions is something else. It's hard engineering, not soft engineering. And actually, it's somewhere in between. So leveling up that understanding across sectors so we understand each other better, providing better monitoring and evaluation, and then helping to shape and shift future policy. So that when we implement and when we try and coordinate on the ground, there's efficiencies that can be made so that we have that policy to back up what we're trying to do on the ground. So we've set up these mechanisms externally from the framework to pull together evidence, synthesize it in a way that it can be fed into an all-party parliamentary group and do that political ministerial level influence so we can push for better, more joined-up coastal policies in the future. So thank you very much for listening. I'm sorry I went over a little. And if you have any questions, I'm more than happy to try and answer them.
Thanks, Amy. That was really fascinating. I know we've got a few questions already coming in online, but we'll start with the room. If anyone in the room has a question, can you just put your hand up and then Jean-Marie, and to wait for the microphone, Isaac is going to bring it to you.
Thank you for sharing all your insights about this very interesting initiative and program. What's your view on international collaboration on these kind of issues?
Oh, it's absolutely key, yes. We need to learn from each other. You know, there's processes and approaches going on all around the world. For example, the Estuary Edges guidance has gone as far afield as the Philippines, so they're actually using it over there in their river corridors. And with extra capacity, more resource through the national framework, we really want to see that international collaboration grow as well. Yes, the lady.
Yeah, Flavia.
Thank you, very interesting. I have a question about the last point that you mentioned, the new national framework for coastal collaboration. I suppose it's quite a big thing to set up such a national framework. What were the challenges that you faced in the process?
So it's still developing. So basically, we finished the round of recommendations, and we're just waiting to hear about the investment for the first phase of development. And I'd say the biggest challenges are essentially trying to do the collaboration online is quite tricky when you're doing those workshops, those kind of facilitated workshops. It's not as engaging as doing it in person. We also had a very short time scale, so the funding stream took a long time to open. And what should have been a 12-month project ended up being 3 months, just after Christmas. So it was a huge amount of work to pull together all the recommendations in time. But it was a massive collaborative effort across hundreds of organisations, from local to regional to national. And they really did, everybody pulled out all the stops to create the evidence base for the recommendations. And then we all had to have rather a long lie down afterwards over Easter. So I'd say those were the biggest challenges, because everybody who came to the table knew that there needed to be better collaboration and they wanted this to happen. So even though there were disagreements, there wasn't always consensus on what was needed, the passion and the energy was there to collaborate and coordinate better. So we're sort of riding a wave, if you like, of momentum from all of these coastal and marine and catchment practitioners that just want to be able to do a better job faster, in recognition that we're running out of time. We have a climate resilience issue, and this is part of the puzzle to get there.
I know there was a question up front as well.
Thank you. From the Flemish government in Belgium, quite overwhelmed about your story. I have loads of questions, but I'll stick to two. The one practical, the planning guidance you mentioned, is that obligatory? Are they the local municipalities, are they free to use it or not?
Yes, they're free to use it. The Riverside strategies, the joint Thames strategies, they're not statutory, they're not mandatory in their own right, but they are embedded in the Mayor's London Plan, which is more of I think it is statutory guidance, but it's up to the local authorities individually how they implement it. So that's why organisations like us are so important for doing that advocacy on top of doing this strategic work, because it's day in, day out advocating and communicating about the need for it, and that's part of the resource that we need moving forward. So we're trying to embed it in the system, in the planning system, so it gets done a bit easier.
Okay, that was the point I was getting to, keeping on the tension, putting the tension to get it implemented in local plans. Okay. And then my second question goes a bit further on this resources about people collaborating. You need to have the people, so your local networks are growing bottom up, which is quite interesting. Yeah. How it's quite vulnerable as well. Yes. I think if you take somebody away, sometimes it just stops. How do you cope with that? Yeah, that's one of the inherent main challenges actually in coastal and estuary partnerships, and that's something we're trying to change through we're formalising the Coastal Partnership Network into a charitable incorporated organisation, and what we have an ambition to do is be able to provide almost like a career pathway for people that seem to have an affinity with this kind of work. So it's not for everybody, having that a lateral thinking brain, being able to listen to lots of different agendas and join the dots across them is something you can learn, but I think there is a natural ability around it as well. But because of that insecure funding, insecure funding landscape for coastal and estuary partnerships, because a lot of our real value is social capital, is knowledge capital. And retaining that's really hard when you don't have that kind of sustained finance. And this is really why, you heard from my colleague Heather Hilburn yesterday, we're really trying to drive forward on how do you evidence the return on investment for that social and knowledge capital? Because if you fund your social capital in that way, your natural capital will follow. But everybody always says that if there wasn't a Thames Estuary Partnership, they'd want to set one up, but it's very hard to actually get the core funding through the door to support those core roles and retain that organisational memory. So we're trying to change that with pulling in resource and evidencing our value, basically.
Do we have any more questions in the room? Maybe we can go to some of the online questions, if Will can read them out.
Thank you. Just a reminder for everyone online that they can post questions in the chat or on Twitter, and Isaac and I will look at them and pass them on. I've got a couple here, one talking about biodiversity net gain legislation coming into force next year and whether that provides opportunities or maybe challenges as well for estuarine, coastal, urbanised environments.
It definitely does provide opportunities, but at the moment, there's probably, in my opinion, there's too much wriggle room on the implementation of interventions like estuary edges, whereby you essentially enter into a negotiation between the developer and the Environment Agency, and you end up essentially getting what we would call the mandatory minimum. And it's that gap between the mandatory minimum and the sort of ecological gold standard that is the missing piece of the investment puzzle. So this is why those blended finance models are so important, to try and attract investment, to get each and every site to be the best that it can be, to give us the ecosystem services we need from those sites.
Thank you. And the last one I have here is, have you been able to do any research into people's opinions on these interventions?
We did a very, I'm going to call it quick and dirty survey back in the time when we updated the Estuary Edges Guidance, which was in 2018. And we did surveys with passers-by right next to the sites, asking them a series of questions about the Thames, about what they thought about these sites. Did they think they were natural or unnatural? How did it make them feel? So we've got a snapshot of how people felt about them. And what was interesting was we asked, at the beginning of the survey, we asked what's the first word that comes into your mind when we say the Thames? And then we asked the same question after we'd gone through the survey. And there was a demonstrable shift from people being negative about the Thames estuary. It's dead and dirty because it's brown. And then through the survey, they basically understood a bit more about it, recognised those natural spaces, and most of the words at the end were positive, beautiful, protection, enhancement, all of that kind of stuff. So that was really interesting. It's an area that I'd really like to grow within our organisation, is understanding that social connection, because I think we can use some of that intelligence to create better messaging, ones that actually, really link with us as humans first, rather than crisis talk all of the time around, we're running out of time. There's always something we can do individually and collectively. So I think we could be cleverer about how we communicate, basically.
Brilliant. Thanks very much.
Thanks, Amy. So we run out of time for questions, but thank you so much for your answers.
You're welcome.
I'll be sharing Amy's contact details, just like the other speakers, with everyone who's attended the conference. So if you have any follow-up questions or ideas for collaboration, then you can get in touch.
Yes, please.
As an external speaker, I would also like to give you a little gift bag from SARCC. So Isaac will bring one. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you, David. Thank you, everybody.
So our next speaker is going to be Jess Bone from the MariNev project. You might have all heard about the MariNev project a few times already, because SARCC has been collaborating with them on several different events, and also working with them in regards to some of the pilot projects that SARCC is carrying out. So Jess is going to tell us a little bit more about the project itself, but also about the importance of that collaboration that was just mentioned in the previous talk. And Jess has been, I guess, working very hard as a marine biologist, and really getting on site, working with the actual pilots, and it kind of links to some of the interventions that Amy mentioned, looking at improving biodiversity on walls that might not really be seen as available for any sort of nature-based solution. So I'm sure she's going to tell us more about it. So I'm just going to hand over to Jess to run us through, and just like with Amy, we'll do a short question and answer at the end. So think of your questions, post them in the chat if you're watching online, and we'll do a little Q&A at the end. Thank you. Over to you.
Amazing. Well, thank you for having me today. As David said, I'm just going to go through some of the recent collaborative work that we've done between various Interreg projects, and also looking at the highlights of the Marinef project as well. So there's quite a few Interreg projects that are looking at various hybridized nature-based solutions, so not just looking at soft engineering, which I think has been more of an emphasis of SARCC, but also hard engineering as well. So there's 3D part of the Interreg Atlantic area. They've been looking at artificial reefs, 3D printing them specifically, which is quite a new innovative way of creating artificial reefs. There's obviously the SARCC project, which you've heard a lot about and you're all aware of here. EcoStructure, which is another Interreg-funded project that finished recently. They were looking at enhancing hard engineering again, looking at that hard grey infrastructure and ways to add habitat to that. And there was also a bit more of an emphasis on various tools that can be used, online tools, and a bit more emphasis on non-native species and how they move between hard engineered structures as well. And then the Marinef project, which is what I work on, which again, we're looking more at the hard grey infrastructure and how we can enhance that with habitat. So there's lots of different Interreg projects kind of looking at generally hybridized nature-based solutions, all focused in this kind of Northeast Atlantic channel, south of the North Sea area. So we held a workshop in Bournemouth in October. So it's hosted by Bournemouth University, which is a partner of the Marinef project at the Cumberland Hotel. And it was a really nice opportunity to get all these Interreg projects in the same room, talking about everything that they have learnt over the past few years. All of these projects are either coming to an end in the next few months or have already come to an end. So we're all kind of at a similar stage in the projects. So it was all about sharing knowledge and lessons learned, establishing new connections that we might not have already done throughout our various projects, and coming up with the next questions. You know, we're all at a point now where we kind of know what the next questions are. We've done our research, and so it was kind of looking forward to the next parts of those research. Another thing, avoiding duplication of outputs. Again, when we're getting to the stage of these kind of projects, it's all about bringing those outputs and writing all those literary deliverables that we have to do, and creating all this guidance and these catalogues of different things that you can do. We're all kind of doing very similar things with that. So it's making sure there's kind of no crossover, but we're also bringing something new to each of those documents. And maybe there's ideas that we haven't thought of, that things that we can include. And then targeting and reaching stakeholders, an audience that we've not previously considered. So, for example, with the Marinef project, we haven't done a lot of work with port authorities, but other Interreg projects had, and so that they had been invited to this workshop. So it was a chance for the Marinef project to reach new targets and audiences as well. So following on from that workshop, one of the attendees suggested that we continue this at another meeting, and so we're going to be having an online meeting, a kind of eco-engineering working group. We haven't got a formal name yet. We'll workshop that, but that's on Monday, next Monday, 11 till 12:30. So that will be available if anyone wants to come to that. I think the focus is going to be looking a little bit more at enhancing grey infrastructure, hard engineering, but we are open to anyone bringing their ideas. I mean, obviously, soft engineering is important on a landscape scale as well. So if anyone would like to attend that, please just let me know and I can forward the invite to you. And any agenda items that people might want to bring to that, I know something that was brought up at the workshop was looking at the possibility of a formliner library, so formliners that are used to create texture and interest on the front of a concrete seawall, for example, somewhere to store those formliners so that they can be reused, rented out, that kind of thing, was an idea for that meeting to discuss in further detail. So do let me know if you would like an invite to that. So moving on to the Marinef project, I've got to summarise a 4-year project in the space of probably about 10 minutes. So it's going to be a whistle-stop tour. So a €5.7 million budget selected by Interreg France Channel England. There's 9 project partners which are listed below there. So from marine ecologists, coastal engineers, to materials scientists and maritime industry professionals. And the MARINEF project aims to increase biodiversity on coastal infrastructure by producing proven concrete eco-engineering solutions that will provide habitat and be easily incorporated into development. And we were very fortunate to get a funded 14-month extension off the back of the pandemic, so this will be running until June 2023. So I won't run through the various work packages, the majority of them are quite boring. So we'll stick to the interesting ones, looking at the eco-engineered units that we have created. So there's 3 subtidal units. I'm not personally involved with doing any of these, but I will go over them briefly. So we've got the boat mooring module, the breakwater block, and the oyster prism. And then there's one intertidal unit, which I look after at Bournemouth University, and that's the artificial rock pool. So just starting with the breakwater block, this is very, very similar to the pilot that you have running at Newlyn for the SARCC project. So taking something that would form part of a breakwater, part of riprap, taking that block of concrete and making it more interesting, structurally more interesting, and creating habitat opportunity for marine life. So this is in the subtidal environment. So you can see lots of holes, grooves, gutters, tunnels. The surface of the block has been abraded when the concrete was still slightly wet. So that you've got that aggregate coming through, so you've got that rough surface there. And so these were deployed off the north coast of France. And so there's a video on YouTube. If you search the MARINEF project on YouTube, you can find a load of resources, including this video. So this fish here is a corkwing wrasse. And it's nested in the gutter, this crevice in the middle of the breakwater block. So that seaweed that you can see just there by the metal loop, it's been gathering that seaweed from the water and then stuffing it in this crevice. And then a female will swim in, lay her eggs, the male will fertilize them, and then he will stuff another layer of seaweed on top of that. And so in the end, that entire gutter was full of seaweed and eggs from this corkwing wrasse. So if you watch the video online, you can actually see him gathering all the seaweed from the water and tucking it into place. So that was really exciting that it was being used for that kind of habitat. So the oyster prisms, this is the only kind of design of the MARINEF project that was aimed at providing habitat for a specific species. So the native oyster in UK waters, for those who don't know, their habitat has declined by about 95%. I think that is the case across the rest of Europe as well, that kind of figure. And so we wanted to create something that would encourage settlement of native oysters. These are deployed in the Solent, which is on the south coast of the UK, between England and the Isle of Wight. And the prism design was inspired by these units on the top left that you can see. They are off the coast of Kerala in India, and it was found that they were quite stable and secure in tropical storms. So the kind of shape was designed based off of those. And oysters like to settle on the underside of things as well, so there's plenty of underside space and habitat for them to do that, where they're not having to compete with other species like seaweed, which would settle on the top of the prisms. And also, you've got that, again, that rough surface on the inside to encourage the settlement of larvae. And researchers at the University of Southampton have found as well that oysters that settle not directly on the seabed and they're slightly elevated have better physiology as well, so the survival rate might be slightly better. So that is hence the design of the oyster prism. So have oysters settled? Yes. So there has been some settlement of native oysters. Another problem being is because there aren't a lot of oysters in the area, there's not a lot of larvae in the water, so there's not a lot of oysters to actually settle on the blocks themselves. There are ongoing projects in the Solent to restore native oyster populations, but the kind of larvae in the water is still quite low. In addition to that, there is a lot of predators in the Solent. So there's a lot of, I think they were called oyster drills, which is a type of mollusk. That is a predator of the native oyster. So there were a couple of native oysters on these prisms, but the oyster drills had drilled into the top of them and predated them, unfortunately. But what you can see here is these long finger-like projections. They are squid eggs. So again, although oysters aren't necessarily settling on here in large numbers, you are getting other species using this habitat. So just touching on boat moorings quickly, I don't know a great deal about this module, but most boat mooring sinkers are going to be blocks of concrete. There's nothing interesting about them. They're literally just a cube of concrete. And so this one has been designed again to create that complexity. You can see there's levels to it. It's raised up on feet, so you have an area underneath, lots of cracks and crevices and tunnels that things can hide in. And then you can just about see in that picture over there a velvet swimming crab hiding near the central column of that boat mooring. So moving on to the artificial rock pools, which is what I look after. So we've got 45 of these in Poole Harbour, arranged in that row type arrangement there, and then another 45 on the north coast of the Isle of Wight, and then another 24 in Hamble Harbour, which are arranged in the column arrangement you can see there. So we're running 2 different experiments looking at different ways of arranging those and how that can maximise biodiversity on a seawall. So species of note, we did get the native oyster, which we felt quite smug about. So that was in Poole Harbour. We've had some settlement of native oyster, which is absolutely fantastic. Montague's blenny, which is a small benthic fish, quite unassuming, but again, this was something that is a new record for the entirety of Poole Harbour, so it's not been recorded anywhere else in the harbour, but it was in one of our rock pools. It is a rock pool specialist as well, so it was nice to have that seal of approval from a rock pool specialist in our little rock pools. Purr sponges, sea squirts, soft-bodied species that you wouldn't normally find on a seawall because it's quite a harsh environment. It drains obviously very readily. At low tide, there's no water retention. So to find soft-bodied species using our rock pool habitats, again, is another seal of approval that it's providing adequate refugia. We found a common cockle in our Hamble Harbour rock pools, and then this connects to the fact that there is some sediment accretion in some of the rock pools. This could be viewed as perhaps a nuisance, a maintenance issue, that they're going wrong, that they're not working. But I found at a separate site that actually mud and sediment retained in rock pools can still provide a habitat. There were species in there indicative of a normal estuarine mudflat, so you can still get habitat even if they're filled with sediment. In fact, if anything, you've got a bit of sediment at the bottom, it's just adding habitat value. And then at one site, Poole Harbour, which is the crown in the jewel in the crown, sorry, of our various sites, the species recorded in and on the rock pools was double the number of species that we'd recorded on the seawall next to it, which was just incredible. So lessons learned, just very quickly. I think this is something that I've seen in EcoStructure and SARCC. You have amazing public engagement projects and work packages. You've had incredible budget for that, and your wonderful animated videos that you have. We don't have that in the MARINEF project. We've had a lot more focus on stakeholder engagement, which is great in many ways, but public engagement we just haven't really allocated budget for, and I think that's something that we are lacking. These are some signs that have been put up in Poole Harbour. That's just the black tape holding the sign on while the resin sets, so that's not how they're kept up permanently. So I managed to put some budget aside for that to get those signs up with a QR code that takes people to more information, because Sandbanks is a very, very public site. But that is something that I do feel, the MARINEF project is lacking. It would be nicer to have more public engagement, engage with local schools, children, communities a lot more, because a lot of people aren't aware of them. So that is something that I do feel is very important to connect people to that environment, as everyone I'm sure at SARCC is aware. So our publications and outputs, again, because we don't have a lot of public engagement, it's more scientific papers. I'm hoping to try and find a way to translate that to kind of a lay audience a bit better over the next coming months. But we've got 9 scientific papers to date, with more on the way, which you can find by scanning the QR code, or for the audience online, you can go to our website, the MARINEF project, and then click on the resources page. We've also got training videos on our YouTube as well for every aspect of each of the MARINEF modules, from materials to manufacture and deployment, and we will hopefully be doing results videos very soon. And then finally, just the invitation to our final event, the final MARINEF Symposium. That will be in March next year in the University of Portsmouth. It will be free to attend. It will be fully catered. there is a tour of the Mary Rose Museum as well. And this will just give an overview of everything that we've done with the project, very much like this event where it's kind of all about SARCC and what you guys have done. This will be the same, but with MARINEF. So if you would like to come to that, just RSVP to my colleague Ken Collins at the University of Southampton at the bottom there. And I think I've just about kept to time, so thank you very much for listening. You can find us on social media, YouTube, and we have a quarterly newsletter as well. So thank you very much for your time.
Thanks, Jess. That was a whistle-stop tour through such a large project. Yes. But we have a few minutes for some questions. So does anyone in the room have anything to ask? There's Justin over there. So.
Thanks. Really good, Jess. It's really good to see all that sort of pulled together.
Thank you.
I'm just thinking, what are your thoughts on how we sort of create a long-lasting legacy from pulling together all the learning and the practitioners that have been sort of contributing to all of these projects? All the projects you've referenced, sort of going forward, and that's particularly relevant, isn't it, for UK partners? Now with the situation with us, unable to participate in a lot of the European funded programs. Just interested to sort of have your thoughts on how we make sure there is a longer-lasting legacy.
Yeah, that's the head scratcher, isn't it? Yeah. Like I said, there's a lot of projects that have been doing similar things. I think this is something that I was talking to some people about yesterday, is where do you put all this information in one place? I mean, how do practitioners even search for it? If they were to search something on Google, would the SARCC project come up? Would MARINEF come up? And then would they know to look at those resources? It is the big question. Where do you put all of this for a kind of legacy use and use to different audiences and practitioners? I think that's something we're going to discuss at the meeting on Monday next week to try and figure out somewhere that can do that, because of course any online storage of any kind, whether it's just a website or something like that, requires funding, it requires management and someone to do that. So who's going to do that? I think that's been something that a lot of people who work in engineering have always kind of thought, where is this going to be? It's always all this information guidance is in disparate websites here, there, and everywhere. So that is a big question going forward. Where do we put all this information so that it is accessible? Something that Amy Pryor, there you are, was just talking about with the Coastal Networks website, maybe something like that, where there's a dedicated page that signposts the different projects, has PDFs uploaded onto there, and that was something I was going to mention potentially to Amy, but something like that would be really useful. But yeah, it's one of the big questions about these projects at the end of them. What do we do with all this information, and where do we signpost? How do we signpost people to it once the projects have ended? The question continues.
Do you think we need like a host organisation within the UK, but then we want to sort of keep that cross-border
exactly, yeah. I mean,
element
obviously,
as well?
All of these projects were EU funded, so yeah. I'll just leave it there.
Do we have any more questions in the room? Or perhaps someone online has asked anything, Will? They have, okay. So we have maybe one or two questions because we are running slightly behind. So.
Sorry. Yeah, I've just got a couple here. One of them asking about if you've been able in any way to assess the carbon sequestration or storage impact of these interventions.
So I know this is something that has been looked at a little bit more, I believe, with the breakwater blocks with the University of Caen. But I think data analysis is still ongoing. I know that we are looking at biomass, and potentially that could be looking at translating to carbon sequestered with the artificial rock pools. But of course, it brings up the question of use of concrete, which I know is always something that's asked. How can you be using concrete that's such a carbon-intensive material? So we have tried to mitigate that where we can. So we've used low carbon concrete and recycled materials. So the concrete used in all the subtidal units contains crushed shell aggregate. But in terms of carbon sequestration, that's ongoing.
Thank you. And finally, how do you go about choosing species to target? And then once you've decided which ones to target, how do you go about designing the units accordingly?
So I think for the oyster prisms, because the University of Southampton is obviously well placed near the Solent, I don't know where the person is asking this question, but the University of Southampton is next to the Solent, and there was already ongoing work trying to restore native oyster habitat in that area. There used to be a massive native oyster reef in the Solent, which is no longer there. So that seemed like a natural kind of evolution to try and target that native oyster. And I know kind of going forward, when you're thinking of food security and what you can provide in the UK, oysters, you know, it's a no-brainer really. So I think that was the main target there. I think for the other modules, it was more just a case of let's see what we find. And I know with the rock pools, it was a real joy and surprise to find native oysters, because there's always that moment of, is it native, is it not? And then we're sending photos away to experts to make sure it's definitely native, and then they come back and say, yes, it is, and there's a big celebration. So the other modules didn't really target any specific species, but it was more to enhance the general ecology of wherever they were put. And so I guess that makes it easier in terms of when you get something interesting come along. It feels like a real win because you weren't necessarily expecting it.
Brilliant, thanks very much.
Brilliant, thanks Jess.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I think we have to end the Q&A here, but as another external speaker to say thank you, also get a little gift back, and thank you so much for your presentation.
Thank you very much.
So we have come to our first coffee break. I'm sure you'll be happy to know. We are running about 10 minutes behind, so if I can ask you to come back at 10:45. So we just have a very quick break, and then we'll crack on with learning about the SARCC pilots. So thank you. Can I ask everyone to take their seats, please? We'll be starting in about a minute or two. Okay, so we do have to crack on now, so we don't run out of time. I would like to briefly introduce the next topic, which is going to be talking about the pilot projects that SARCC has tested or is continuing to test. So I would like to quickly go back to Mentimeter. I know everyone's very excited about coffee, but as everyone comes over, maybe in the meantime you can start answering this quick question before we get to our pilot managers. So I know some people have already answered, but do you think that pilot projects can contribute to a mind shift with nature-based solutions? So this is obviously the thing we're trying to do in SARCC. I know earlier we had about 30 or 35 people answering, so hopefully we'll get a similar number. Everyone online, also please continue commenting on our YouTube stream and also using the SARCC event hashtag on Twitter. We've been getting some really good interaction on Twitter already, so keep it up, it's amazing. And you can also obviously contribute to the Mentimeter. So each one of our pilot managers is going to be giving a short presentation, about 10 minutes or so, about their pilot and telling us about the lessons learned, really. Hopefully we've got 6 pilots to get through, so it's a fairly good number. But as they're talking, I will have the Mentimeter available, so if you log in, you will be able to see it on your phone. And you'll be able to post questions to the pilot managers as they go. And then when we get to the panel later on, after the panel presentations, we can use those questions. So everyone seems to, well, almost everyone seems to think that pilots are definitely a good idea, so that's good to see. And maybe just quickly, to give our pilot managers a little bit to think about, what do you think are the greatest barriers to adopting nature-based solutions? As we will hear about the lessons learned, maybe these will match very well. Maybe there will be some new ones. So please do put in some funding. That's something that came up yesterday. Politics, yes, definitely. So there's definitely a lot of very reoccurring themes here. So we'll be hearing from our pilot managers shortly. I'll just give it one more minute. Uncertainty space, definitely very relevant following the presentation from Amy earlier on. There is options for very limited space in cities, but maybe they're not always, those solutions are not always considered as a first idea. All right, so we've got a good signposting to guidance. Yes, that's kind of going to what Jess talked about. How do we share the information? Obviously, all the presentations from this conference will be shared on the SARCC website. I will also email contacts to all the speakers, out to all the attendees. So if you have any follow-up questions, then you'll be able to do that after the conference. Okay, so I think we will now move on, but this is a really nice world map talking about loads of problems. So I will leave this question for our pilot managers Mentimeter on. So if you just stay logged in on your phone, then you can add questions during the presentations. In the meantime, we're going to get our first pilot manager, Mariah, present about the pilot in Vlissingen in the Netherlands. So over to you, Mariah. I think it's you get a lot of support. So it's all good.
I just wanted to tell you something about a pilot site first before going into the lessons learned. Vlissingen is a coastal city right on the North Sea in the red square you see over there. It's also in the estuary of the Scheldt River, which makes it a very difficult location because we have both a great influence from the Scheldt River Delta and the North Sea region. We have several different types of coast within our city. The first one is what we call the island and the area around the train station. There's also a canal coming into the Scheldt River, or about the point where the Scheldt River hits the North Sea. So that's a very interesting area with a green dike to protect the coast. And then there's also an area with a fortified wall with an old windmill, which is a kind of a stony barrier with grass on it. Then there's the city beach with the boulevard and hard defenses and a sandy beach. And then we have another sandy beach area, but with a more natural coastal protection by dunes, and also a part where a dike has been covered with a dune to make it more natural. Our pilot site is right in the middle of the green star in the more stony area. You can see on the kind of yellow-orange area, that is our pilot area, but with our pilot we are protecting a much larger area behind, which you see in the yellow between the yellow dotted line. So our pilot site is actually quite small, but we're protecting a very large area. To give more context to the area and the pilot, we have the boulevard, and behind the boulevard there is a green area that you see in the top left photo, which we use as a retention area for our pilot. At the moment it's a green and blue area, but not accessible, and we want to guide stormwater there and make the green area more accessible to the audience. There's also part of the pilot area is a fortified wall that you see on the top right area, and on the bottom right there's also an overview photo of the area. And this is another overview photo of the area that we use. And if you're wondering, the building right in the middle, the kind of roundish building, is a cinema and a theater, which is a very big impact on the picture, at least. What we try to do is, with our pilot, is allowing seawater into the city during extreme storms, using the natural heights in the area, and guiding the seawater towards the retention area. we thought doing a regular seawall defense, like we always do, has a very big impact to our town. It would mean that we would probably have to demolish a lot of buildings and then heighten the dikes and then build new ones. But we thought, well, if we do this for a storm once in 10,000 years, that it would be a huge impact. So what if we can delay the moment of doing that by accepting seawater into our city and guiding it to an area where it can't do any harm. So there's only few houses that will be impacted by this method, and we're protecting a very large number of buildings. And what we did was we worked with the TU Delft, who's also a partner in SARCC, and they did a lot of modeling and calculations for us of how much water we can retain in the retention area and what the impact would be for the environment. And we worked basically from we started in the top left with this general idea, and then we started sketching how could we do it, because we basically used the street as a river to guide the seawater. So what we wanted to do, the river is on a slope, and what we wanted to do is to kind of slow down the water and create a flow of a river. So what we did is use the parking areas on the sides of the street and the borders of the street to kind of make the water flow like a river, like a bend, and it's the kind of idea that you see on the bottom left picture. And then we turned that into a design which is on the bottom right. And after we had the design, we created this image. This is basically what the idea would be looking like during a storm. Seawater coming in, going down the street that you see in the middle of the photo, or the picture. And then we started implementing it. It was from a very gray street with only pavement and cars. We're turning it into a greeny area where we use... We've added a lot of trees and bushes and an area where we can guide the water to and to get it to the retention area as well. So that is the kind of thing that you see on the picture. Basically, the bottom left picture, you can see there's holes in the sides of the street where the water can get into the green area and infiltrate there and be guided down to the bottom. And this is a picture taken, I believe, yesterday or the day before. We've just started planting, we're almost finished. And water coming down the street and being guided into the green area. And that the water that's not been infiltrated can go into this big pipe or the big concrete circle in the bottom. And we will guide it to the retention area. But this is more for rainwater, because if seawater coming in, there's too much water for this option, and then it will just go on the street to the retention area. What we also do is not only look at a kind of short-term solution, but really look at long-term strategies and look at long-term ways of dealing with sea level rise and coastal change, and how to combine that with development in the area. And we basically say you have to look at all different aspects like ecology, economy, livability, climate, safety, and culture. So not just look at the safety area, have the focus on safety, but look at a broader spectrum of things. One of the things we do in Vlissingen, maybe you've seen the booklets on the table as well. We have a way of dealing with making developments possible, knowing that eventually we would have to rise the dike, and we have a way of dealing with it by building in a very unique way, and you can find it in the building, just read it. And I don't have enough time to explain everything. I could do the full 10 minutes about this. We've also done some public engagement. We've done an international show on the boulevard, exhibition. which really had a very big impact. It was both in Dutch and English, and it drew a lot of people there. We've also had some internal meetings with experts about history, archaeology, and the technical design. And on the bottom right, you see where we, right in the pilot area, we did some participation with the people that lived in the area about what they wanted within the design. The lessons learned is that you need to take the approach on flood risk management, and you need to deal with broader challenges such as pressure from tourists, loss of biodiversity, and extreme precipitation, and combine the funding for it. So that is a way to get more funding than you would otherwise have. The other thing is that we really liked working together with enthusiastic experts in addition to our own experience that really helped us getting on with this and doing this, creating this new idea. And get started with breakthrough solutions when they are not threatening. So when everybody still has time to think about all the consequences and look into all the possibilities, then there's enough time to look at breakthrough solutions. When you really have to do something now to prevent disaster, then it's probably too late to do so. That's about it.
Thanks, Mariah. So as I said before, if you have any questions, if you just use the Mentimeter. We've already had 3 questions come in, but we'll address them later. So maybe just quickly show it so people can see the login. That's right there at the top. So make note of that. Okay, so if we come back to the presentations, our next pilot manager to talk is going to be from the Environment Agency. That's going to be Harriet, wherever she is. She's coming. She's going to tell us a little bit more about the pilot down in Newlyn and about the challenges and the lessons learned that they've had there. So over to you, Harriet.
I'm going to try and stuff this in some. Yes, hello. My name is Harriet Good, and I work for the Environment Agency down in Devon and Cornwall. And there's a team of us that work on the Newlyn pilot. Some are with us today, hopefully some are online too. And that consists of members from the Environment Agency, from Atkins and from Kia. Brilliant, thank you. So, intro to the pilot. So, Newlyn is a small fishing village down by Penzance in the deep dark depths of Cornwall. The flood risk itself is the waves run up the existing harbour arm and overtop at Tolcam Bridge. And we've got some videos later to see how much water actually does overtop there. There is an existing breakwater in the area where it helps to break up this wave energy. It's a very kind of high energy wave environment, and you get a lot of kind of crashing of waves over the top. And so we're looking to kind of do improvements. However, when we look to kind of improvements and kind of actually increasing the crest level, increasing the length of the existing scheme, we had a funding gap of 4.4 million, so just a little bit of pocket money. And so we're looking at eco-engineering products to not only deliver kind of multi-benefit ecosystem improvements, but also potentially being a kind of a more cost-effective way forward. The reason also it's offshore, as you can see in the top photo of them. We've got properties that kind of line the coast, so it's a hold the line policy. We're not expecting to be moving these properties anytime soon. So offshore kind of protection is really the only way forward. So it's a research and development project, and the main objectives of the research and development project are kind of to, first of all, can these blocks survive in this high energy climate? Will they still be in one piece in a good amount of kind of lifetime? Will it be able to support this growth of marine plants and kind of habitat for like marine life? And if the growth on these units provide a kind of bioarmoring effect, so does the growth protect these units long enough to actually lengthen their lifetime, their time frame, and maybe a little bit again, which we mentioned earlier about carbon sequestration on this type of engineering, which is great. Boring slide here, but just to say about national strategy and policies. So there is just a general kind of move towards adaptation, towards working with natural processes, and so there's a lot more national drivers now to make this a lot more mainstream. So, yeah, fun stuff. We've got a couple of videos here of the flood risk that is in Newlyn, and these are like 2014 storms, which have kind of affected a lot of the coastline, but you can see how big the volumes of water. So this is looking down at the breakwater, which is in the distance. You can kind of see the crest. So even when the water is not reaching the top of the breakwater, it is still allowing this amount of overtopping, which, yeah, is quite scary if you're there. Yeah. So just a little bit of water. Yeah. So the flood risk here is very apparent. It is happening now, and we need to look at interventions where we can. So yeah. Cool. So what are we actually doing? No, not what we're actually doing. In November 2020, Exo Engineering very kindly donated a bunch of blocks. So a couple of eco units, but on a very small scale. And the idea was to test a bunch of different surface textures. So you can see in the photo here, we've got lots of different types, and they were monitored on a quarterly basis to see which surface texturing was the most effective in this location. And that came out with the honeycomb one, and you can kind of see the succession that's happened over the monitoring. So we've been really impressed with the growth on these units and the kind of the species that we found. And I won't try and pronounce all of those or any of those, but for the ecologists in the room, there's some fun species that we found, which has been brilliant. So now that we know that stuff grows on this technology in this location, we are now looking at the next stage, which is the full pilot project. Exciting. So we are putting down 88 about 4.8 ton block units from 4 different suppliers. We've got Arc Marine, E-Concrete, Exo Engineering, and JP Concrete. So the research is to try and find out, which type of surface texturing, which types of unit, all that kind of stuff works in this location, and we wanted to kind of maximise the learning. Hence, we used 4 different suppliers. These units not only have utilise surface texturing and voids, but also have things like a chemical makeup that has the pH that allows marine life to have some affinity to it. And they use kind of like low carbon concrete, all that fun stuff. And so we're plopping it in an apron around the existing breakwater and testing if these units actually work how we hope, which is to survive. So pre-construction elements, we did a bunch of public engagement, including a drop-in, a lot of schools engagement, and an art competition, which was nice and creative. But from that, we were able to kind of learn a little bit more about the heritage of the area, a couple of historic features that we needed to protect that we weren't aware of, so we had to change our kind of construction methodology, and also local business use. So our temporary site compound, we adjusted that to make that a lot more acceptable to the public. The permissions process, as I'm sure many people are aware, especially in the UK, permissions are quite obviously like a lengthy process. You've got planning permission and a marine licence, and a marine licence was made extra fun because obviously they don't have a statutory deadline. So you kind of put in your application, you hope it'll be around 3 months or so for it to turn around, and thankfully it did. But our team put in a really lot of work into kind of preparing the documents to go into planning applications, and it meant that we had no pre-commencement conditions. So that was so valuable to be able to kind of make sure that we had everything in place beforehand. Obviously, with the fact that it is an innovative product going in a new kind of, they're normally used in subtidal locations. So plopping it into a kind of intertidal high wave energy kind of climate. There is some design liability, which as the client, EA, we had to kind of sign that off at every kind of moment. So it made the process a lot longer because we had to make sure everything was in place before we moved to the next one because we couldn't move forward with any risk. So yeah, that was extra fun. And then because it's in an intertidal zone, obviously before we went on site, we did our contractors did some analysis on tide times and levels because actually the working window is very small. It's only about 3 hours. And yeah, and we have weeks where we're not actually constructing at all because of the tides. So construction, so we're ongoing, we're on site at the moment, which is brilliant. We are making sure there's an even distribution of these units, so all the different suppliers are at the same kind of aspects, the same levels, so that we can have comparable results for the different kind of units that we have. One of the things that we found is that although suppliers generally use like eyelets to be able to kind of place these units on it, they all use slightly different systems, and so our contractors have to be a lot more flexible to be able to kind of do the placement and make sure that it works fine. And obviously we are constructing in the winter, which makes it super fun for, you know, being on like ready for coastal storms, or, you know, we're always kind of checking the weather conditions and kind of the coastal conditions to make sure that it's safe to do that work. So yeah, another fun challenge. Also, we're tracking over some kind of rocky shore areas. So there was kind of some process in the selection of the plant material that we're using down there. And we also, where they track each day, the contractors do a really good job of like moving marine life, so like limpets and snails and all that kind of stuff. They move them out of the way so that hopefully we don't disturb any marine life, which is great. And we've also, so you can kind of see where we track from. So this is our site compound at the top. This is where we track on the foreshore to the breakwater. And then it crosses the southwest coast path as well, which is quite a popular pedestrian route. So Kia did a really good job of doing kind of like a public diversion route so that people could always walk past. And it was kind of a health and safety brilliant like move because it meant there was no pressure to move off that area. So what's next? Obviously, like we said, there's some design liability stuff, you know, this is a research project. It's not widely done as breakwater, like an intertidal breakwater, high energy kind of location. So we're now looking at how can we use this evidence and feed this evidence into kind of mainstreaming this technology and allowing it to be able to be used in optioneering in future projects and allowing it to be designed more easily into kind of more projects like this. So we've got a 5-year monitoring schedule for all things green and plants and all that fun stuff. And as well as we're doing like level surveys over the years and kind of asset inspections to make sure it's delivering that breakwater function similar to rock. I will stop there because I keep getting waved the card. So yeah, cool. Brilliant.
Thanks, Harriet. That was really interesting, and we've had some more questions coming on the Mentimeter. If you want to ask online, feel free to use that as well, or just comment in the section below. So we're going to crack on with the city of Blankenberge. We'll have Alain presenting for us. Over to you, Alain.
So good morning, everybody. First of all, I'd like to just give you some information of Blankenberge itself. We are a small coastal town in Belgium, in between Brugge and Zeebrugge. We have about 22,000 inhabitants. We are very small. We have a surface of around 17 square kilometers. It's a very compact city, as you see on the aerial photo there. And the project location, the site location, is in the eastern part of our town. This is a more detailed picture of the site location, where you see that it is actually existing of a road segment divided into two concrete, let's say, streets, one for inbound traffic, one for outbound traffic. So those are the two road segments. In between, the green part is where the coastal tram is having its track. That coastal tram that runs from De Panne in the west to Knokke in the east. Now the project itself is about breaking up this part of the road segment, so the one adjacent to the dunes. It is about 12 meters wide, and it consists of a sidewalk, a cycling path, parking lane for cars, then the road segment, and then another parking lane for cars. So the idea was to break up that road and to give it back to nature, with the exception of a cycling path of around 4 meters wide that would be kept in place. And we would like to create, by doing all that, a kind of dune behind dune situation, so new dunes, young dunes next to the already existing dunes. This is not part of the project, but it's interesting to mention. The red stars are two stops, present stops of the local coastal tram. They will be removed and they will be replaced by one stop at the beginning of the pilot site where you see the blue star. Now, this is a detailed picture of what the site location looked like before SARCC, so a couple of months ago, because we've recently started with the works. And this is what it looked like in September. So here you can see that the road has been broken up already. A couple of weeks later, the cycling path was put in place. And then very recently, this is where the sand has been put in place. And very recently, we have started with planting the marram grasses. And now, as we speak today, the project is nearly finalized, nearly finished. Now, about the challenges that we had to cope with. As you saw, we had two parking lanes at in the road segment that was or that is going to be broken up. That is actually been broken up already. So we lose approximately 114 parking spaces, which is always well, not a nice message to give to the public as a decision maker. You also saw that before SARCC, that part of Blankenberge allowed traffic to drive into town and also out of town. So we only have one road segment left, so which meant that we had to take a decision about the direction of traffic that was going to be left. Also, the cycle path and the hardening of the cycle path was a challenge that we had to cope with. The general public wanted it to be as ecological as possible, a soft material, but there were also other actors that pointed out to us that it needed to be hard because of a number of reasons. And then, one of the things that we might have to cope with in the future is sand that can end up on the cycle path when there is wind. And then, the dune plantings was another issue that we had to cope with. Now, as I mentioned, we lose approximately 114 parking spaces, and also a part of the road that is going to be broken up was used for lorries and for trucks to park there, especially in the weekends. Now, the red rectangle is the site location again. The blue line there is where the trucks and lorries were parked before SARCC. Now we found, where you see the circles, we found some, in town, we found some areas where we could draw some lines to create new parking facilities, parking places. And at the east side of our town, there is a bigger area that in the future will also be organized for parking. The second blue line, the one most at the right side of the picture, is where the trucks can park now. So we did find some solutions for that parking issue. Also, this is how the new parking spaces in the road segment that is left are organized. So not parallel with the road anymore, but diagonally, so that we have more places for cars than when it should be one should be one line. So when we had some arguments to convince the people that the loss of parking spaces was not going to be a very big issue. Also not because that parking was mainly used in summer, in high season, a couple of days in the year actually only. The people that live next to the project site and the apartment blocks, you can see some pictures there, they have their own private parking garages. So for them it was less an issue that those parking spaces would disappear. Another issue was the traffic direction that would remain. So before, as I mentioned, we had inbound and outbound traffic in the project site area. Now that there is only one road left, we had to decide whether we would let people drive into town in that part of the city or out of town. We had talks with businesses on the boulevard mainly and in the neighborhood of the project site, and also with people that live there. And we had to take into account all the advantages and disadvantages. And we then decided to have to allow traffic to drive into town in that part of our project site, because it was closer to the boulevard. If not, heavy traffic and people would have to take this road, all this road, and then drive through town to reach most of the businesses or the boulevard, sometimes heavy loaded trucks. So that was another issue we had to tackle. But also there we think we found the right solution. The cycle path surface, as I mentioned before, the general public preferred a more ecological kind of material, like in the dunes. It's some shells or wood. But because the part of the cycle path that is still in place also needs to be used when something happens as an evacuation route, or also can be used or might be used by fire trucks or other heavy trucks, it needed to be still a hard material. So that was actually one of the main reasons why we chose for that solution. And then a few minor issues maybe, the choice of dune plantings. Because of the specific location, there was not that much choice. We needed, or we had chosen marram grasses. We did want to avoid that exotic plants would mingle with the marram grasses. In the recent past, the Flemish government has removed a lot of invasive species in the dunes. Because they are not in their place there. So we need to take measures, if possible, to prevent those invasive species to come back. The removal was a very expensive issue. And then, yes, that were the challenges. How could we convince the public that this nature-based solution and that this climate change measure could benefit? First of all, we mentioned the benefits for climate. So removing the concrete is also preventing or lessen the heat stress. Removing the concrete allows the water to seep into the soil, which is of course also a benefit for climate. The fact that there is only one direction left for traffic means that it gets safer. It's calmer, less traffic is less noise. And then, of course, for the people that live around it and for the people that want to cycle there or walk there, a nature environment is obviously much nicer than a concrete road. And in general, we could say that that pilot project will also increase the quality of life for the people living around it. Well, that was in a nutshell the Blankenberge pilot. Thank you.
Thank you, Alan. So we're going to move straight on to Ostend. So whoever is presenting from Ostend, Karel. So tell us about the lessons learned over there. Over to you.
Thank you. Just looking here. So that way. Just a few words on the pilot in Ostend. The conditions we were working on there. First issue was, will we still have hard measures to protect the coast? In the past, this was the way of dealing with it. So in the late, let's say, 2010, 2012, we began thinking about the coastal protection for the city of Ostend. And at that time, hard measures were a kind of the standard. But evolving the project, we came to new insights, also working with the SARCC project. And we began thinking together with the Flemish government if there was a possibility of working with soft measures. And in the project area, soft measures as sand nourishment were one of the most interesting issues to protect the coast. But with these soft measures, the coastal protection was at the level we should have. But on the other hand, by the sand nourishment, the hard measures in combination with the sand nourishment led to that kind of constellations when we had stormy conditions. So the coastal protection was okay, but the use of the road, of the tramway, of the walking path on the dike was not in a condition, and we had a lot of costs to remove the sand and so on and so on. So at that point, as a local authority, we had to think about how can we make a kind of win-win between those soft measures of sand nourishment and avoid these conditions that we have to close the road every time we have stormy conditions. And then we were thinking about, can we create a kind of new dune landscape at the site so that the sand of the sand nourishment can be kept in place at the location itself to avoid that sand is blowing on the road, on the tramway, and so on. And we can avoid the cost of cleaning up situations every 14 days during winter periods. And we had to experiment with it because we are not used to work in that kind of conditions. And that's together with the Flemish government and some universities, we were looking at how can we create conditions that we can keep the sand in place and different planting patterns and ways of fences, wooden fences with planting and so on were put in place and monitored just to learn how can we deal with conditions to keep the sand in place and what will be then the evolution of that kind of plantations and dunes. And here we see the project area about 700 meters, and in the year since it has been planted, we have seen that we can really keep the sand in place. and the monitoring together with the Flemish government there is very important. And in this monitoring process, Daphne here's also from the Flemish government, she can talk about it if there are questions about. Monitoring will still be in place for the coming years. Every month, every 2 months, there are drone flights, and there we try to see how sand levels and so on are evolving, and we also, from the city side, local authority side, a lot of people are taking a look at the street when we have heavy wind conditions. So also on Facebook and so on, people say at the location of the project, we don't see any sand anymore on the tramway or on the road. And in the other parts where we didn't have these plantations, there is still a kind of sand problem on the road. So what we learned from the project, that's the dunes were growing very fast. So this was very amazing. But on the other hand, if the marron grass is really covered with sand, it don't grow anymore. So in the coming months, we will have to do some new plantation actions to just let the dunes grow gradually in the future. So it's quite interesting to see that the landscape is changing, and communicating this with the people is also a challenge. And what I learned yesterday also is if we have a kind of landscape approach, that also storytelling about that kind of projects is very important. So not just saying we try to protect the coast, but we also try to create a new landscape, a new attitude towards the coast from local people, also from the tourists that are passing by there. So that's one of the important lessons. And as we are thinking about, together with the Flemish government, to coastal protection, to if sea level rise 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters towards 2100, also these lessons can be put in this global approach. And also there we see that the system now is in a rather not built area where we are trying to monitor this thing, but in the future, perhaps also in built areas, this can be an approach that once people are adapted to that kind of changing the coastline, if we can put it into a kind of nice story, perhaps also on built areas, this can be one of the solutions we can promote. So the importance of this close monitoring in the future, in the coming years, will be very important just to promote that kind of solutions. So this was my story. Thank you.
Thank you, Karel. So we're going to go over to the last pilot in Belgium, so that's Middelkerke. So I'll hand over to our pilot manager there. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Steen. I'm a technical director of the city of Middelkerke. And we also did a pilot on nature-based solutions. This is a photo of how it looks today. I first will do a little visualization of the project, then I will talk about the design and the participation phase, and then what we have learned for the long term. This is the complete project of what we are doing in Westend. In SARCC, it was only the left side who was put in for the SARCC project, but we were planning to create a complete new dune in Middelkerke. At first, we had a gray structure. This, when we first started to design, it was only a wave-stilling basin, which you can see in the middle, this part. That was foreseen for the whole project, 1.4 kilometers gray infrastructure. But then came the product of SARCC, and they told us about nature-based solutions, and we looked into it, and it looked very interesting for us. So then we designed two dune for dikes, one on the left side and one on the right side. Why we did that? That's because of the amount of people who were on the beaches. We did some surveys in the summer and counted how many people are on the beaches, how many area do we have, and what is the critical area one person needs to be comfortable on the beach when they stay there. And that's how we decided where we will put some nature-based solutions, because that takes a lot of place, and where we still do the gray solution, the wave-stilling basin. Of the total project of 1.5 kilometers, 60% is nature-based solutions and only 40% is grey infrastructure. Then we went to the public. What did we tell them? Not only we will make Melkerke safer when 1 in 1,000-year storm comes, but we went with a project of more experience, more nature, more sun, and also more protection. But the last item for the public was not the most important one. But they needed a very beautiful project. It has to look good, and even if there is buildings beside it, for them it's also a good solution. We did a lot of public markets. We put some little places where we construct what we will do. We listened to the public. We adapted our design. That's also very important. You can go to the public, but you have to be convinced that if they say something and it makes sense, then you have to adapt your project. Otherwise, you won't have them involved with the project. And we started with a bottom-up approach. We listened to them. They came with ideas. We adapted. We went back. Oh, that's good, but this is still a little thing to address. And so they came ambassadors of our project. At the end, if there was something negative about it on Facebook or the other social media, other people of the city reacted to it. No, it's not true. It's a good project, and that's what you need to make your project work. And after 2 years of consulting the public, then we only started to put in our building permit and start constructing. During the building permit, there was not one objection. Nobody disagreed with the project, so that's very good for such a big project. We talked about it yesterday. What is the cost? What is the benefit of this project? Okay, the infrastructure is cheaper. So 1 meter of nature-based solutions cost only 1/7 of the grey infrastructure. So for the city of Melkerke, it's cheaper to build with nature-based solutions, but also for the people who lived next to it. The real estate, there's a global barometer of the councils of Belgium who look at the prices of a modest apartment. And you can see in Flanders in 2022, the increase was 7.5%, and in West End, it was 18.5%. But even on the shoreline, on the dike, the average in Flanders increase is 13.6%, but there in West End, it was already 49.2%. That's 5 times more than the average in Flanders, and the work was still in progress. It was one big construction site, but even then people say, oh, it will be good, we will invest in West End. So that's also one of the things we now can go to the public and say, it's also good for you. There is one restaurant who was in the nature-based solutions site, and at first he was a little bit negative because he thought his terrace won't work as good as anymore. But now we see his venue as he did 5 times more profit than the years before. His terrace was the best terrace on the total coast of West End. So that are things you have to say to the people. It's working, and it's not only bad, instead it's good. What have we learned during the project? It's not easy. It's not easy to convince the public, but you can do that if you listen very good to them. But it's also not easy with all the different procedures. For instance, the Flemish government, who is concerning the preservation of nature, is very difficult to work with, because changing beach to dune, that's not that easy for them, because there's 2 different types of environment, and you can't change one type into another one. Also controlling the dune, we said to the people, okay, we'll make sure the eyesight of the sea will always be in place, but that was not that easy to have the permit to do that from the Flemish government. after long discussion, we get it, but that's not easy. So if we want to make nature-based solutions work and convince the people, we have to make sure all those procedures are easier and better adapt to what we want to do. Also, the form of a dune for dike is very important. Most of the dunes were designed with specialists from the Netherlands. There was one part who wasn't initially in the project. We did it ourselves, but not that good, and that's the only place we have still some sand problems on the dike because the slope wasn't the right size and that. But in general, we learned it will work, and we decided to do phase 3 of the project also with nature-based solutions. And a week or 3 ago, our government decided to start in Melkerke with the same nature-based solutions. So that's one thing we learned. It's something that will work where there is place, because that's one of the negative things. It takes a lot of place of your beach to build a nature-based solution.
Thank you, Stein. That was really fascinating and really nice to see the link of value coming back to the local properties. I think that's been mentioned yesterday and also earlier today by Amy. So it's definitely great to see that working. So I'll just quickly switch over to the Mentimeter just to remind everyone that that is how you can put forward questions. I see we've got loads already, which is fantastic. Not sure we're going to have time to actually go through all of them, but so we're just going to quickly go back to the final presentation before we go to the panel. So we will have Joe Matthews from Southend Borough Council tell us a little bit about the pilot, maybe challenges and some of the learnings that you had to overcome, and obviously we will be going to see the pilot site later on, or everyone who's here, so I will tell you a little bit more about that, but for now, over to you, Joe. Thank you.
Hi everyone. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Joe Matthews. I'm the Principal Engineer within the Civil Engineering team at Southend-on-Sea City Council. Within our team, we have the remit for flood and coastal erosion management, as well as that of the lead local flood authority, and we also carry out lots of design work to our public highways and open spaces. So, as you're going on a bus tour with one of my senior engineers, Andrew, after lunch, I'm not going to talk too much about what we've done, because I don't want to steal his thunder, as he's going to be doing a little running commentary for you. So, if I can get this to work. Sorry, technology hates me, I should have warned you. So what we've got here is just a summary slide, basically. So about 18 months ago, John Bennett knocked on my door and said, Joe, can you deliver some of these measures for us? So working together with John, we had a look at our strategy for Southend. We have a coastal strategy, which is our kind of key document. And we had a look at some of the sites that possibly we could implement nature-based solutions along the coastline. Now, for those of you who know Southend, you'll know it's very tight, it's very urbanised, and there are areas where we have to defend, but there's always room for nature. So this is what we have been doing over the past few months. There's several places we've looked at. You're going to go to Two Tree Island this afternoon. You're going to go and look at the green seawall, which is the one up the top there in the corner. I won't talk more about that now, because obviously Andrew is going to explain that to you in a little bit more detail. We've also installed vertipools in the Lee Port area. That's been really good. We've got some bugs and beasties in there, so it'd be great to have a chat to Bournemouth University about your findings and our findings. That'd be fantastic. We're also looking at doing some dune regeneration works as well up at the Shoebury end, which again we will be starting in the new year. I'll explain why in a minute. We've also got the vegetative shingle scheme, which is this area up here. And again, I'll talk about that in a moment. And then our last project is the climate resilient garden. So that's kind of going back to how can we incorporate nature into our hard engineering defences? What can we do for the community? How can we get them involved? How can we get them to use it? So rather than just having plants, let's make it a kind of nice space for the public to use as well. So, right. So I'm going to talk mostly about the challenges as part of this project. As I say, Andrew will talk about more of the projects in detail when you're on the bus. So one man's meat is another man's poison. So one of the biggest learning things from this project and various other projects we're working with on the coast and in the flooding world is that it doesn't matter if you think it's the best thing since sliced bread, there is always people out there who do not like what you're doing. And people will always say, as long as you can make people understand what you're doing, they'll be on board with that. No, they won't. So it doesn't matter if your scheme isn't threatening, it doesn't matter if you've got red data book species and all these wonderful bugs and beasties and flora in an area. What we've found is to get people to come on board with some of the schemes that John mentioned yesterday, the vegetated shingle. That really is Marmite. People love it, or they just think it's scrubby grass. So it's about giving that kind of hydro-citizenship approach to a project. And that's something I'll talk about more tomorrow when I talk about Catchment to Coast, which is one of the national FCRIP projects. But hydro-citizenship in the community is really key with all of our projects along the coast and also in the flooding world. So whilst John said it's lovely, you know, everyone's really accepting of it now, they're accepting of it, but they don't like it. And I can back that up with the emails I get in my inbox quite regularly from people asking me to get rid of the scrubby mess on the foreshore. It's worked out quite well. We're quite lucky because the bugs and the beasties and the plants like the shingly bits, which is the kind of the habitat that we're trying to protect and encourage, and humans kind of like the sandy soft bits. So whilst there is conflict, you can actually engineer, sorry, having to use that word, I am an engineer, and you know, we're not the enemy. We can work with everybody to accomplish some of these things. So, you know, you can find a pathway that people will accept, but it's very much about bringing people along on that journey with you. Next thing we learnt. So, nature-based solutions, plants. We have this lovely programme of works. Plants don't grow to a timetable. Initially, we thought we could buy in plants, native plants, and we could use those in our nature-based solutions. A big learning point there was knowing your market. There's not a great many suppliers out there of native coastal plants. So as we have an amazing parks team, when we have a great nursery set up, we decided we would grow and propagate our own plants. So we've been scampering around, picking up seeds from the seashore, propagating those and growing those on. Unfortunately, the plants haven't grown as quickly as we wanted them to. So again, we will be doing some more planting in the springtime and hopefully they are sufficient size to go out. Just stepping right back to the beginning, as I said, I was quite late to the SARCC party. I wasn't really involved in any of the preparation side of it, the bid side of things. We've had some major modification changes, and it's basically because the science and the engineering were not correct. So it's really important with these schemes to make sure you get your baseline data correct and you have the right people involved at the right time so you can avoid major modifications later. These are things that can be foreseen. I'm not talking about things that can't, like engineering difficulties. Very much for the UK. I mean, people have spoke about it before, Amy and others. We need a lot of time in the UK to get through the consents and the licenses and the permissions that are required to do works. So I won't dwell on that anymore because we are obviously all aware of that. And a last learning point as well is beware the Interreg bubble. This isn't the first Interreg project I've been involved in. I've been involved in Sail, Maya, Sponge, Sunrise, various different projects. And I think as the project's absolutely fantastic at sharing the information amongst ourselves, maybe not so much with the kind of regional people and the local groups in the area. From personal experience, when I've mentioned SARCC at coastal meetings and flood meetings, you know, around the East Anglia coast, people didn't know about it. So I've been out there banging the drum and explaining. And I think it goes back to the other point we spoke about earlier about we're all doing this work. We've all got this information. How are we going to share it? Where is it going to be stored? And how are people going to access it? So those are really the key learning points from the Southend pilot. And as I say, Andrew will fill you in a lot more on the projects when you go on your bus tour after lunch.
Thanks, Joe. So can I invite all of our pilot managers or whoever is representing each pilot city onto a panel, and we're just going to run through a few questions before lunch. Whilst you all come, I will just go back to the Mentimeter. We will have an option to also take questions from within the room. Yeah, please. Sorry, it is a little bit tight, but there we go. Hopefully everyone can squeeze in. And if you can share those 2 microphones between you, please, so everyone online can hear you as well, please. So that was a series of fascinating quick presentations about our pilots, and there is a lot of variability between the different nature-based solutions that are being applied, and I think we have seen that the challenges perhaps are quite common across a lot of them, where the local public or local businesses are very protective over what they know, what they have. I think Alan's point about the parking spaces is very easy, because I'm sure all of us know the frustration of coming to a coastal town for a holiday and not being able to park anywhere. So that is a big issue. I will perhaps just start with the first few questions right at the beginning for Vlissingen. If we have, yes, sorry, Jeffrey is there. I was looking for for your colleague, but there we go. So your solution is within the city. Someone's wondering if there are any possible solutions on the seaside or outside the city boundaries. It is on.
It's working, yeah? Yeah. Well, my name is Jeffrey Beenhouwer. I'm the project manager for the municipality of Vlissingen, and Mariah asked me if I do this part of the seminar. Are there solutions outside the urban area? Yes, there are. I think within the SARCC project we saw some very interesting projects like Nieuwlin, like Middelkerke. But it's maybe good to explain something about the responsibles in the coastal zone for the Netherlands. On a national level, we have Rijkswaterstaat. They are responsible for the waterways and the sea. And then on regional level, we have the Regional Water Board. They are responsible for the coastal safety mainly and the beaches. And then we have the municipalities, and they are responsible for spatial development. So as a municipality, we don't have direct responsibilities in coastal safety, but we have ambitions in the coastal zone. And that's why we try to develop new ways of thinking of how you can integrate spatial development with the objectives for coastal development, coastal safety. So there are opportunities, but it's not for us as municipality to be the leading partner in these solutions.
Okay. By the way, if anyone has any things to add in the question, just wave at me frantically and I'll try to notice. So perhaps just one quick add-on question to that for you, Jeffrey. You mentioned, or Mariah mentioned in the presentation, that eventually the seawalls might have to be raised. And that is something that's going to react to climate-induced sea level rise. But currently you're trying to not do that, not invest that money at the moment, and allow the extreme storm events to kind of go over the existing defenses. Is there a lot of nervosity, or are people kind of scared of the idea of living, on a street that maybe one every 10 years there will be a huge amount of storm water running through? I mean, we've seen the videos from Nieuwlin, and it is pretty scary when that amount of water does go past.
Yeah, well, in Nieuwlin it's quite scary. And we were discussing before we started the pilot, how would the public react to this idea? But they are very positive about the way we are thinking about climate change and how we can integrate it in spatial planning and urban public areas. And they say, well, the effect of raising the dike with a meter or 2 meters or 3 meters at any moment is so much higher for the quality of living in an urban area than when we see when there's a storm once in every 10 years or 20 years and there's flooding within the street. The impact of flooding once in 20 years is much lower than the impact of, demolish many things and qualities within your urban area.
Okay. Does anyone have any questions for Jeffrey in the room? No? Okay, I'll crack on. Maybe I'll move on to Nieuwlin then. You talked about the level of problem of flooding, and we've all seen the videos. How are the inhabitants, because you've done a lot of engagement, how are they reacting to the relatively small action, as someone mentioned here, in relation to the impact of the storm flooding? Do they see it as actually, something that will change the entire problem, or is it just a baby step from the perspective of the public?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is on.
That is on.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I think we've had to quite clearly communicate that it is a step. We with a research and development project, we have to be very clear that we're not delivering any sort of protection for flood risk. Hopefully, obviously, those like the 88 blocks will do some wave attenuation and we'll be able to help a little bit, but at the moment we're proving to see if that actually works or not. So we have no guarantee, but with it being, when we looked at doing a kind of a rock breakwater improvement, the cheapest option was rock from Norway, so the carbon footprint is obviously excruciating, and the units that we've got now are all fabricated in Cornwall using local aggregate, and they're all ultra low carbon. So that is a great carbon saving, and we're definitely getting a lot more kind of funding sources that are starting to open up for the low carbon kind of projects. So this kind of gives us a stepping stone to not only look at ways of delivering eco-engineering, but actually delivering this breakwater for this community. So if we can prove that that this kind of unit works in this location, then and Newlyn is the ultimate test, as you saw in those videos. Those waves are pretty damn huge. Yeah, it's a way of being able to use maybe a more economic and affordable way of providing that breakwater for the community. Okay,
so do you see it as a little bit of a stepping stone towards a wider strategy? So perhaps something similar to what we saw in Middelkerke, where the initial pilot was fairly small, but now it is being expanded across a much wider part of the coastline.
Yeah, 100%. As I said before, with the design liability aspect, we ourselves have had to take on a little bit extra liability and kind of risk factor for the performance of the project, which normally consultants would be very happy to design in kind of things that are tried and tested. So Newlyn was seen as a slightly more low risk location because it's already got an existing breakwater that we can kind of put units around instead of having them stand alone. But the idea would be to be able to use these in optioneering for projects all around the Devon and Cornwall coast and hopefully further in the future.
Okay, we have a couple questions at the back of the room. So Isaac, if you can take the microphone to them.
Hi, is this working? I had a question for Newlyn about the different suppliers and the companies and how they're working with you. Are they taking the results back? Is there going to be some sensitivity here if their particular design isn't found to be great?
We work with 4 brilliant companies. We're really excited to be working with all of them, and they all bring something different with things like different sizes of aggregate and different kind of surface texturing, different kind of water retention features that they all kind of bring to the table. And we have chatted with them and agreed with them the kind of things that we can take as learning. And obviously, they're private companies, so we don't want to be stealing any kind of things that they've been working and spending a lot of money on at that point. So we've kind of we know what we've agreed to a kind of a joint learning, and I also know that the kind of suppliers have their own monitoring schedules on top of our own. We're looking at ways to share that data more widely, and we're now obviously at this conference, but we're trying to get the message out there about the kind of the data, and over the next 5 years we'll be sharing that. But no, the suppliers have been absolutely brilliant at working together. They're kind of very understanding that we want to kind of get the most learning, and I think they're all signed up to the wider picture rather than their individual profits. They're actually they want to do a good thing, and that's why they do it. They're actually really passionate about the environment, which is brilliant. We had suppliers offering their own fabrication yards for the other suppliers, kind of thing. So it was actually really amicable working, and it's all kind of signed up to that one outcome, which is great.
We have one more question in the back.
So low carbon concrete is still concrete. is there a reason, or were any other materials explored for the blocks? And if they were and they were dismissed, why were they dismissed?
The units themselves are kind of, with the time frame of the project, they're kind of off-the-shelf kind of products. So I believe they're categorised as ultra-low carbon concrete, which because I add an extra twist, but I think because there's like British standards in engineering for low carbon concrete, but there isn't for ultra-low. It is still overall, to kind of using granite rock from all these locations, it is a carbon saving, which surprises people about the kind of the concrete elements. But yeah, generally it is a carbon saving for this type of project, which is brilliant. And I think, some of the other colleagues were saying about, is that they're making such great advancements in recycling kind of aggregates and all that kind of stuff. We have a quarry that we work with and that some of our suppliers have used. Castle and Dynus, hopefully I'm pronouncing that correctly to anyone from Cornwall in the room. We regulate them as a regulator, as the Environment Agency, because this aggregate pollutes rivers and actually it is kind of like a byproduct material, and we're able to kind of use a circular economy effect of being able to use that aggregate in these blocks to be able to then close that system so that actually the pollution is reduced, and actually it's providing that biodiversity aspect. So concrete, people look at it and they go, oh dear, concrete again, and they kind of, how unnatural compared to the rock granite, but actually the rock granite is as grey as it ever was, and it was put in 1992, and those trial units greened up in about 6 months. So we're expecting the larger units to green up a lot slower, especially obviously the ones on the higher levels, but we are hopeful that they will just become almost like an apron of algae and seaweeds and all that kind of stuff, so it will look very natural in the long term. Hopefully that answered your question.
Yeah. So that actually brings me to one of the other questions. Someone has asked about invasive species and how reproducible these pilots are along the whole coastline, where the invasive species are a big issue. So perhaps I can ask Alan first to comment on that, because you mentioned that you were really trying to stop those other plants encroaching on your dune.
Yes, well, that's an issue indeed, the invasive species. And, as I said, the Flemish government is removing those in the dunes, and that's a big financial issue. It costs a lot of money. What the pilots will mean for reducing those invasive species, I don't know. I'm not really an expert on that. I'm not sure if somebody of the colleagues can comment on that, but maybe Stijn.
Yes, Stijn.
For us, that was also an issue, but we made a design book or a maintenance book for the city council workers, and they observe what is growing in the new dune. And they have a list of what they have to let keep growing and what they have to remove before it can become greater and become an issue. So that's one of the things we addressed during the engineering phase.
Anyone else?
So it's going to be actually a monitoring thing and see indeed if those species come back or not. That's going to be the most important thing for us to deal with.
I think perhaps one thing to mention is that on the pilot projects we're trying to imitate a natural environment which is supposed to be in that area. So you would think that native species would prefer that area in the first place. But as you say, it is an ongoing monitoring. So, moving on from the invasive species, I think there's a question that's kind of relevant for all our pilot managers. So you've all been doing public engagement and trying to get people on board, and you had some negative stances on the projects. What was the process of trying to convince those people, and how did you engage with those people who were resisting to start off with, and have they actually all turned around? Or, I mean, I guess Joe mentioned that there's always going to be some naysayers, but has that kind of reduced, or is it just very much the same group of people always causing issues?
Well, for the Blankenberge situation, as Steen mentioned, they didn't have any reaction during the building process, the wanting the permission. For Blankenberge 2, we had some remarks which were very local, mainly problems of people themselves with parking things, but those could be solved with talking to the people, with explaining them things, with minor adaptations. So if you look at the process of getting the building permission, we could see that because there were not that many negative reactions, we think we did a good job with before, with convincing them, communicating, and those kind of things.
Mm-hmm. Did anyone else want to add anything to that? Karel?
Well, we tried to work with positive energy, so if you go further with the people who are convinced, and there you try to get a kind of movement towards the project, then you don't have to put too much energy into the negative reactions. So, and that's one of the traps, I think, in that kind of projects. We have tendency to convince the people who are quite negative, but there are a few, and then you put a lot of effort to convince them, but it's just loss of effort. You can't convince them. They are so convinced of themselves, so you better put your energy into the people who are working with you, and then you have a majority of the people who are just in favor of the project, and this minority is getting lesser and lesser. So try to put positive energy towards the communication instead of putting all your energy in trying to convince those 3 people who are very negative towards the project.
Okay. Yeah, Joe?
Yeah, I was just going to say, thinking back to when I first started doing coastal engineering, when I left uni and was all shiny, my first manager said to me, don't ever underestimate the power of a dog walker. And that has always stayed in my head because they have the ability to delay things and halt things and have negative, and people, some members of the public can have a negative opinion. But if you flip that on its head, which is what we're doing for catchment to coast and going back to the hydro citizenship, that power can be positive. So if you can get them involved and get them engaged in what you're doing and take ownership and explain to them about resilience, adaptation, all the good things as well, hopefully that's another way to kind of remove some of that negativity.
Brilliant. Yeah, go on, Harriet.
It was just, sorry. Again, fine. Sorry?
I think it is on. Ooh. There we go.
Sorry, it was just a final one about, obviously, when you go to communities and there is negativity or anything like that, it's one, because first of all they know the most about that coastline than anyone else, so you're there to learn from them, you're not there just to tell them about your project or kind of enforce anything. And also if they come in and there is some disagreement or anything like that, it's because they're passionate about where they live and they want it to be the best place. So listen and try and take on board what they said. I think someone else earlier said, they adapt your methodologies, adapt what you're doing, and take time to be able to actually really listen to what people have to say, because it's so vital and important. And and that passion sometimes probably comes across as other kind of ways, or anger or anything like that, but actually you've got to appreciate that because they challenge you and they make your project better, which is a good thing. So yeah.
Mm-hmm. Any comments in the room? No. That actually brings me to an aspect that someone mentioned about the Vlissingen pilot. You have people living next to a street which you're going to be using to channel water. Is there a sort of an insurance policy for those inhabitants to make sure that if it does happen, perhaps regularly, and their actual property is the one that's being sort of sacrificed most of the time when there is an extreme storm event, is there support for those people who've agreed to that project to be literally on their doorstep?
No, not yet. And nobody mentioned it when we are discussing our pilot. but the main objective for our pilot is the properties and the people are safe. So within the public area, the flooding has been on a regulated way, so you don't have any problems within your building or for your population. But this is the question which raises with the experts, and that was with the other questions where we saw that the community is ready to think about another way for public areas or urban areas and how to deal with climate change. There were mainly questions from the experts who say, well, how do we do it with insurance? I did it always this way. Why do I need it to do another way? And that's one of the main objectives for the next years, I guess, to build on the objectives from the SARCC partnership, to do it in a very broad way along the coastline.
Okay. So I have another question for Ostend, for Karel. So someone was asking if, because you tested different planting arrangements and methods, did you identify the best one already, or is that something that will come later? And another aspect to it is from the monitoring data from the drones. Someone's picked up on the fact there seems to be erosion in front of the planting, and then that sand is then being shifted onto the planted area. But is there any thoughts on how that's going to evolve over time, and is that going to actually change how this functions in the long term?
I should suggest that Daphne should answer that question because she is responsible for the monitoring on behalf of the Flemish government.
Okay,
Perhaps she can get a
if
microphone.
Isaac can get you down the front, Isaac. Just here. Yeah.
Well, that are very interesting questions. That's why we have done this monitoring. About plantation scheme, we have played around with the plantation scheme, but we don't have any clear results about the scheme itself. So we played around with clustering the plants and planting into a more regular pattern, but they have trapped both a lot of sand. So we think that the planting scheme doesn't have that much importance, but the density of the plants. So how many plants do you have per square meter? That will be important for capturing the sand. Mm-hmm. And then about the erosion, the erosion that was shown is situated on the dry beach and also on the intertidal beach. So the erosion from the dry beach is the area where sand is blown into the dune system. So we have measured the sand that was blown into the dune system, and we have seen that almost 100% of the sand that was blown away is trapped into the dunes. So it was very successful as a sand catching system. A small percentage of the erosion is also due to the normal settling of the beach. So it's also a nourished beach, and the first 1 or 2 years after a nourishment, you see that the nourishment is settling and that a part of the intertidal beach is moved onto the shore face. Mm-hmm. So that's a typical behavior of nourished beach.
Okay, thank you. Any comments in the room? I think everyone's posted their questions online, so I'm waiting for me to read all of these things and pick the best ones. So I'll move on from, since obviously in Ostend you've been capturing sand very effectively, and that's a similar process that some of the other pilots are trying to also imitate to an extent, or at least it's expected that it will happen. Someone was asking for the Middelkerke study. At the moment, it's been set up so that people can still have the view from the promenade, so that it doesn't obstruct the businesses on the promenade. What is going to happen if those dunes do grow because they capture extra sand? And is there some sort of contingency for that?
Yeah, it's also in our maintenance plan, discussed with the Flemish government. If we can't see the sea for a length of 100 meters, then we are allowed to adapt the dune, and we have to excavate the first meter, put it aside, then we can lower the sand, and the meter we put aside we have to put back. And they say it's called the seed box of the dune. Then the dune will grow naturally very fast again. So that's all in our maintenance plan, how we have to do it, when we can do it, and the way we have to do it.
So that actually brings me to a question about that, because in your presentation you mentioned the cost of the intervention of the dune before dike is much lower than just a grey infrastructure. But is this long-term management going to change that? Is there going to be a lot of costs associated with it?
We have to see that in time, but we don't think that will be an issue, because before the work we had a lot of maintenance on the dike because there was a lot of sand on the dike, and we had to use a lot of excavators, manually work to remove all that sand back to the beach. The dune is now 2 years in place, and we only have to clean the dike once a month, sometimes less. So there's a lot of saving of costs, but there is a little bit more work into the dune. But it's now 2 years, and we don't see the dune grow that much. It's the first 2 meters who are grown a little bit, but because of the shape of the dune, you can prevent the dune of growing very fast. And that's one thing we learned from the Dutch specialists. They say you have to make it quite steep in the beginning, so the sand is blown onto the front of it and not in the dune. And then the amount of rising of the dune is not that big, and you can keep the cost of maintenance low.
Okay. So I think this actually comes back to, again, it's relevant to several of the pilots, but the day-to-day management of the beaches, or the front of the promenade, including cleaning perhaps invasive species or getting rid of some excess sand. Someone is making the point that it can actually help sediment mobilization because of the impact of machinery on the sand, I suppose. Is that considered in the designs of the pilots, or do you expect that impact of kind of ongoing management is not going to make the situation worse effectively? That's perhaps a difficult question, but there we go.
I think one of the key issues is not to do it all in once. Mm-hmm. That's one thing we also learned to do a little bit with bit by bit, so it can regrow, and then you do another part, and then you can prevent a lot of big places where there's only sand. When there you have the sediment transport, but if you can manage it, put some fences to prevent sediment, I think it will be manageable.
Okay. So I've got, because we're coming to an end of the session, I've got 1 or 2 questions left. One is a general question for all the pilot managers. The SARCC project is coming to an end in a couple months. Some of the pilot projects are still in the implementation phase, and there's definitely years of monitoring to come. How is the kind of collection of results and learnings going to be disseminated in the future? Is there going to be an ongoing program for that engagement going past the SARCC project, and where can people find this information? So maybe Carol can start with that.
Well, we will keep on monitoring in the coming years together with the Flemish government, and the Flemish government will use the results to put them into Flemish policy. So as we are thinking about the Flemish coast as a whole for future storm protection and that kind of stuff, this monitoring will be very important. And the way it will, I think the monitoring for the project in Ostend is at the moment free to see on the website of the Flemish government. So this kind of data will be public also in the future.
Okay, Jeffrey?
For us, there is a monitoring plan, and we monitor with our urban and regional partners. And we are looking for a new Interreg project, so we can have the next step in designing the whole thing about coastal design and looking to a different way, and hopefully the monitoring from all the partners, but also our own monitoring plan can be well evolved to next project.
Sure.
So for Southend, yes, I'm going to talk about it more tomorrow, but the actual pilots and the learning and the monitoring evaluation that comes out of SARCC will be used within the Catchment to Coast project. So I will speak about that tomorrow, and I will explain where you can get that information and monitoring going forwards. So it's not going to disappear.
Yeah, that's perfect. So join tomorrow as well, because you'll hear more about it. Harriet?
Yeah, for Newlyn, I think I've already said we've got a bit of a 5-year monitoring plan, minimum kind of expectation for things that grow and things that live on it, as well as asset condition and do they work for flood defence and like flood risk management. And we're also, before the end of the closure of the SARCC project, we're kind of working with our consultants to work about that design liability issues. What information do we need to collect? What the gaps are, so that we can help mainstream this innovation into the future.
For Blankenberge, the monitoring will be done by ourselves in the near future, at least. So it will look into the whether or not we have to remove a lot of sand from the cycle path. That will be a very important issue. So that's something that we are going to monitor ourselves. And I think after the first winter, we'll have some information on that. And then the second one is whether or not we have problems with the invasive species. So also there we need some time to get the first results on that. And obviously if there is an opportunity for any project or any collaboration with an educational institution, we'll be happy to accommodate that.
For Blankenberge, the monitoring is also done by the Flemish government. They are also a partner in our project. So the main data is will there be found.
Fantastic. So I suppose this helps that on the Belgian coast, it's quite a small coast, and a lot of the cities or towns there are very similar in terms of the issues they're facing, in terms of the type of stakeholders they have to deal with. Someone was clearly impressed with the Middelkerke pilot, so they are asking Ostend and Blankenberge if they're planning to use the same solution in their locations.
Perhaps, as we are together with the Flemish government thinking about coastal protection towards 2100 with the different sea level rising systems, this is an inspiring thing that we can also use in our communication, and to look how can we deal with in the built area, how can we deal with coastal protection to the future. Even if the high water line will move towards the sea, and we can create a kind of dune system between the promenade and the future sea line. This is very inspiring, so this will help us to do the communication, and perhaps we'll have the same system in the future.
Brilliant. Alan?
Yeah, well, as for Blankenberge, as you mentioned, the coastal towns, they have similarities, but also a lot of differences. Blankenberge has a promenade which has a length of only 3 kilometers. As Steen mentioned earlier, to do such a project, you need to have the space, and that space is not available in Blankenberge as far as I see it. We have that beach is too much used. There is also a difference in level between the promenade and the beach itself, which is less in West End. So we would love to do something similar, but I don't think it's possible for now.
Excellent. Okay, I think we'll have to finish the panel discussion here because we are running out of time. But thank you to all of our pilot managers for their presentations and their answers. I will be sharing everyone's email addresses later, so if you have any follow-up questions or projects to collaborate on, then you will be able to get in touch. So thank you, everyone. So before I let you go and have lunch, I mean, you guys, I don't know if you can see it, but so I wonder if anyone has actually changed their view slightly, or if they're still on the same kind of side. But if you are thinking about developing or modifying your coastal protection, would you prefer nature-based solutions to grey concrete infrastructure? I mean, that's popping up very quickly, so that's what we want to see. I suspect that at least 6 of those are from our pilot managers who have obviously decided to do this already, so we might have to reduce the total number, but so far it seems very, very one-sided, so I think I will move on to the next one. Oh, that is the end. Look at that. We will now have a lunch break for everyone in the room who is joining us for the pilot visit later. We will have a coach outside the hotel, so you can go there at 1:30, and we will be leaving at 1:45. So if you're not there at that time or before that time, we will leave without you. Can you please make sure to bring appropriate clothing for the outside? It's fairly cold, and some footwear that allows you to walk on a normal path, not just a concrete pathway. And then we'll have we will have one of the engineers from Southend Council actually tell you a little bit more about the pilot itself. For everyone online, please feel free to interact with us further, ask any more questions, and don't forget that we do have a session after the pilot site visit, which will happen at 4:00 UK time. That will be all about the outputs of engaging with the public, engaging with stakeholders, decision makers, and we will be presenting a really useful booklet as well for decision makers to get informed about nature-based solutions. So do come and join us again at 4:00. And in the meantime, thank you everyone. Go have lunch. Hello everyone. So our coffee break and pilot visit has closed. So if you can come and take your seats, we will be starting our final session of the day in 1 or 2 minutes, looking at the engagement with decision makers and stakeholders and the WP2 booklet. So if you can just take your seats, and we'll be starting in 2 minutes. Thank you. Okay, so we're going to start our next session. I would like to invite Bert van Severn from the Flemish government to tell us about the, yes, give him a bit of a drum roll, to tell us about the work package 2 and its outputs. He's going to be co-presenting with Elke as well. So Bert, if you want to just come up and take it away.
All right. Good night, everyone. Thank you for the introduction with the drum rolling. I hope that after the presentation you will be still as enthusiastic as this. I'm glad we have the graveyard shift to wake up everybody at 4 o'clock in the night. Yeah, I see somebody dancing in the back. So hello, so my name is indeed Bert van Severen. I saw on the agenda it's only my head, but I will be co-presenting with Elke Ramon, my colleague, who mainly will talk about results, and because she has been working a lot the last year on the outputs of this WP2. We'll talk about the engagement with the decision makers who are in charge of the coastal management. We were a bit sad or frustrated yesterday night because all the key messages that we wanted to bring for 80 or 90% have already been told by other speakers, but that's a good thing. So we're not frustrated anymore, and nonetheless, 10% has been answered this morning. So if anybody has an extra question of things that they don't know, please ask us. But that means that it's a good thing to hear that the results and the lessons learned in this project are very similar with the lessons that have been told by external experts. So now we see it as a good thing, and the good thing is we've made a booklet about that. So if we were talking about all the knowledge that has been spread around and hard to find, well, at least we have tackled one point of that, and we've put it in a booklet that Elke will be telling you. So what are we going to tell you in this last hour? We'll talk about informing and engaging with the decision makers, but also with the public, the large public. We'll also talk about a bit what the lady this morning, I wrote down her name, Amy. Amy has been talking about, like setting up partnerships. That's very important to shift the knowledge to your actors and also let your actors work together. So we called it Knowledge and Actors Intertwined. And then the bespoke program that we brought or organized in WP2, we didn't do that alone, of course. All the partners of the SARCC project were involved in that, and then we'll talk about the results. So where to begin? It was not easy in the beginning. We had a very large application form with quite a high ambition, so we need to make a synopsis of that, of what we wanted to tackle. We have the similarities. It's already been told a few times. We have the differences in legislation. We have a very different approach in governance. Sometimes it's very centralized. Sometimes it's very local, like in France. It's told by John yesterday. In France, municipalities are responsible. So a very different approach to coastal protection, but there are similarities, of course. It's also been touched upon by John in his introduction. We have the same recreational pressure. We have the here and there the same funding troubles with resources, and not only materials but also people. And of course we have this question of coastal squeeze, the built-up area close to the sea, and then the sea level rise, and the piece between, or the space left between hard infrastructure and the sea is getting smaller and smaller, and it's hard to introduce nature-based solutions. And then apart from the challenges, it's also been touched upon. I will say that phrase quite a few times, so my apologies. But it's about the role inhabitants have on their policymakers, because in WP2 we organized the Urban Leaders Capacity Building Program. Whoever invented that name may rise up, but I think that guy already left. So we need to inform and engage decision makers, but we saw that it's not very useful only informing decision makers, because point one, they're hard to reach. You have to come with very concrete questions before you can engage them. But two, they listen very good to their audience, to the inhabitants. So we thought we should inform inhabitants and decision makers at the same time. So that's why, as has been presented, the roadshow and the public lectures, and then the workshops and seminars that have been organized were a bit focusing on both inhabitants that were interested, but also decision makers and other experts. We intertwined all the actors as much as possible, so we can learn from each other, and the role of the inhabitants on the policymakers could be influenced more. We thought, okay, it's a kind of, we have the old habits, choosing the gray because it feels more safe for a lot of people. You have been asking all the reasons already, David, and the word cloud. But we need to make a change to the nature-based solution. So it's more an aspect of behaviorism. How do you get people from the usual habits to new habits? You need a change, and you have all kinds of theories and behavioral science. It's been touched upon as well by yesterday morning about behaviorism. You have a scale, you have different steps, thank you, that you need to take, but like the basis layer of change is informing, is knowledge. And you have to transfer the knowledge so people get informed, get to know the new topics, and then they can accept it, and then you can try to make changes in project. So sometimes it's, as you see on the bottom right, it's baby steps, but they're important. And you could say we've been talking about that, like doing pilots is important, but of course that's a very small drop in the ocean, has been said yesterday. But you need them to showcase that it works, and then you can take another baby step. So we can be quite critical on the impact of pilots, but they are necessary to get this behaviorism aspect to start changing the minds. Informing and engaging. How can you engage policymakers and the large audience? Well, first, the key message is you can't do it alone. It's a bit like Frodo bringing the ring to Mordor. Thank you. You should have you should have a fellowship, because if you're the one person, like we say in Dutch, preaching in the desert, nobody will be listening. So you need to have a fellowship, a partnership, who is telling the same thing over and over and over thing. And I think the presentation this morning by Amy was very inspiring, because that's what she said. You have to put a lot of resources in repeating the messages over and over again. And that not only should you have this partnership in getting to inform and engage, but also you need to know the local stakeholders and how they are organized. So it's very important that you understand the municipalities and how they work inside and how they work together, and inform them at the right moment. And as we were to give an example at the roadshows, it's very important if you're there talking to the local inhabitants, and you don't know the local situation, and the people start to tell you about, and at that beach, at that street, and never heard of that, then you've lost all your credibility. If you say, oh yeah, that street, and there you have that beach bar, and I know the situation, it's not only, it's very important to convince people, okay, this guy or this girl is familiar with the situation. So you not only you need to know the local, how the physical situation is, but because in that case you can inform inhabitants. You also have to know who you have to reach in the local organizations. The fact that there are quite a lot of local municipalities here present today. Well, you are the guys that need to be informed, and you will know, or the guys and girls, excuse me, that we need, and you will tell us who we need to inform in your organization and who should be convinced at what part in the process. So it's not an easy task. We've been talking about this bespoke program. You have to put a lot of effort and social skills into that. So we cannot put it in, and we can put it in quite easy flow charts. Who should be informed, but still you need to make it you have to choose the right way. That's already explained. Every coastal city municipality is different. Also, it depends on the strength of the actors. We have very small municipalities. Also here, I think the smallest in the project is Newlyn, the smallest municipality, and then Southend is a few 100,000 people, I think. John? 180, yeah. Okay, that's quite a lot. So it depends on the strengths that you have and how you will interact with this local municipalities. So this identifying the right person is quite quite important, and also at the right time you can start informing policymakers, decision makers at a very early stage when you only have a concept, and they will say, okay, come back when it's more concrete. But it's important that they get the message and the conceptual idea, but then you need to go back to them over and over when it gets more concrete. And WP1 tomorrow will talk about more. They have this large chart of who should be all the stages in the processes, and when you will need to inform decision makers at certain points that are critical in your process. So it's kind of a critical analysis. when they should be informed. But as we said, we've put a lot of effort, certainly in Flanders, also in informing the public. Because we see you have seen in the presentations, there has been quite a lot of engagement with the public engagement. It's also project-based, always project-based. We will do that investment in that place and it will look like this and that. But sometimes the bigger question, why do we do that? Why do we take this kind of measures? The larger picture isn't always communicated, or it's communicated quite fast. And we thought we should inform the public. In Belgium, that's quite easy because we only have 10 coastal municipalities and we have a stretch of 67 kilometers of coast. So we organized this series of lectures to inform people about the larger questions. What is climate change going to bring to us? So we organized 11 lectures. Elke will tell you more about that. So they get to know, you can help changing this mind shift at a larger audience, and then hope this will contribute to the decision makers that they have to make some difficult questions, decisions. And at a certain point, we will come to making difficult decisions. Mr. Mikkel yesterday explained to us, now we're not at a tipping point yet or at a critical point, but in the not so very far future, difficult decisions will have to be made, and we want to inform the public that at a certain point we will have to take larger actions, not only more than this pilots are doing. So that the opinion of the large audience is more evidence-based, and that's why we engaged experts from universities to tell them a neutral story, because we feel that very much, as me working for the Flemish government and my colleagues from the Flemish government. By the way, there has been a lot talked about the Flemish government, but of course we have a lot of silos. So I'm from the public department, so we are not responsible for sea defense. That's my colleague Daphne. So we are not the same. We are the same government, but not very much. But that's just a detail. We want to transfer this opinion and more evidence-based opinions from the inhabitants, and we feel as the Flemish government, people don't always believe you. If you come and you say, these are the challenges for the future, they're like, okay, convince me. But if you bring experts from universities in place, they already have more credibility, they have more authority. So we've asked research institutes, we've asked universities to give us a neutral picture and don't make it too dramatic, just tell them what is going to happen. And it helped, and then afterwards we gave everybody a free drink, that also helps. But then the real discussion starts afterwards. I think we had lectures of about 1 hour and a half, and then the aftermath was about 3 hours or something like that. I remember Gary staying until 1 o'clock in the evening in Middelkerke. Yeah, there was free beer. Yeah, it was. So, and then afterwards, people go home with they're informed about some dramatic information, but they go home with a good feeling, like, okay, people are working on that, and now we get the bigger picture, and we know why the measures that need to be taken are necessary. So that is just about the information of the inhabitants, decision makers, and all other people, because we also invited experts, not only to talk about the problems, but also to then more like the private sector to hear about what we were about to explain at this public lectures. Now Elke will proceed about how we wanted to work more in intertwining knowledge and actors. Oh, I'm coming back.
No applause yet for Bert. He still has to do something. So I will talk a bit about knowledge and actors intertwined. That's because we were convinced that we can do it alone. We saw Bert say it, but also Frodo says it. So we worked together with Work Package 1, Work Package 2, and Work Package 3. We all have our own target group. Work Package 1, it's academics or the people, well, universities and schools. work package 2, who is our work package, we have the authorities, local authorities, but also provinces or higher authorities. And work package 3, as Maria said yesterday, Maria, sorry, I pronounce it in English, but it's Maria, the citizens. So next to that, you see just a quick reminder of the other work packages. So it's important that we work together. We have a bit the issue, and I think it was said yesterday, everyone lives in his own bubble and works with the people they have to work with. But that's not how we go forward. I remember we had a June Congress, and I phoned one of the academic people to speak, and he said, "Oh, I'm so glad, will there be people from local authorities?" I said, "Yes." "Oh, finally, I can bring out all my work that I have done. It's so difficult to reach each other." And that's a bit of the problem. We don't reach each other. So that's why we have to work together, and then we go further. When we were talking about this presentation, Bert said to me, "Well, we have to go to a center of competence." And then he said, "Well, what does it mean? We have to look it up on let's Google it." And we came to this definition, and this definition is from Interact, so that's quite good. It's our goal has to be to evolve to this center of competence. And what is it? It's a structural, long-term research and innovation, collaboration, and strategically important areas between academia, industry, we haven't talked about industry yet, with frequent interactions with the public sector. So we give it also a bit of our own twist, and we added the public, because that's the ones we really need if you want to have an influence on the decision makers. Now, the first step is to gain knowledge. Of course, we do have a lot of knowledge. And the existing knowledge, and it was said this morning, there is a lot of existing knowledge, but where is it? How can we reach it? That's one of the problems. But you have to gather it. You find the right people who have the knowledge. For instance, what we see here is from the longue durée, from Gary. That's important knowledge, but of course, there's knowledge in the pilots, all these things that we have learned. So to go further than SARCC, so when SARCC ends, we have to go further. It's important that all this knowledge can be brought together. Of course, there are gaps. We had this at the start of the SARCC project. There were gaps, some things we didn't know. So you have to find out what are the gaps, what do we have to do to get further than what we already know. So we developed in Flanders, this is an example from Flanders, we developed a study who's about nature-based solutions. I'm sorry, not about nature-based solutions, but of course about nature-based solutions, but the ecosystem services. What ecosystem services do the nature-based solutions bring us? And how can it be used to influence decision makers to work with nature-based solutions? So this study is available online. It's in Dutch, sorry, I think it's in Dutch, yes. There's no English version, but Google Translate or DeepL can help you, of course, with that. And then, of course, be innovative and be creative. This morning we heard from Jess, no, yeah? No, not Jess. Oh God, sorry. Harriet, of course. We heard from Harriet about the systems that they are working with, the eco-blocks in Newlyn. So that's a new way of working. Oh, of course, Jess also told about them. In Middelkerke, there's also a way to be creative with the dune. How do you use it, and how? Not the usual way, but how do we do it? So being creative is also very important. That's how we gain knowledge. And then after we gain knowledge, or while we are gaining knowledge, we do have to spread the knowledge. And that was, now I have work package 4 also brought in. You have to spread the knowledge between experts, of course. There are different experts. They don't know all, they don't have all the same they don't know all the same. So between them, the spreading the knowledge is important among policymakers and decision makers and among citizens. But as said before, you have to bring all these people together and let them work together. How did we do that? Bert already mentioned some things. Between experts, we had lectures and courses. Oh, we didn't do it, but Hanna and Michiel did it. Wist je dat? Do you know in English? That's a way of spreading knowledge between students. There were conferences and congresses in the middle. Down you see there a photo from a Dunes Congress where we brought everyone together who works in the dunes. And there were people from academic people, but also from local authorities or other authorities who discussed all these matters. And to the right down there you see that was not from us, but SARCC, well, they worked under SARCC, was a university who had a seminar about Dune before Dike, and there were academic people from all over the world. And we also had the seminars and workshops, but I'll come back to that later. Spreading the knowledge among policymakers and decision makers, also the seminars and the workshops. The first photo here next to me is from one of our seminars or workshops who were held online because of COVID. We had to, well, be creative. I just said we had to be creative. Well, we certainly had to be creative. So these were online seminars and workshops. There were workshops in every region, one workshop and one seminar in every region. And there was a lot of information brought together there. Climate lectures in Flanders, as Bert has said just a bit before. We had 11 climate lectures during 1 year about different issues like water, like agriculture in the polders, or biodiversity in the dunes. So all these climate lectures were held, and this was not only for the citizens or the inhabitants, but also for policymakers and decision makers. And then we have letters of first refusal. In SARCC, we have to convince other cities or municipalities than the pilot ones to think about nature-based solutions. Will we use them in our city? So, and in Flanders, we had a bit of a small decision makers roadshow. Was not really a roadshow. Our colleague Patrick, who couldn't be here today, went to every city to explain what we did and asked them, are you interested to think about it in the future? And we had some good results. A few of them already said, well, okay, we will think about it, we will do it. Some of them will really do it, so that's a good way to influence people. Of course, as said before, for us it's a bit easier. We only have these 10 cities, and 3 of them are pilots, so there are only 7 left. But we also had a meeting with the French government already, and there has been some questions to explain it to other French cities. So that's, well, a good evaluation, yeah? Evolution, yeah. And then the booklet, I will come back to that later. That is really something that we made for the policymakers and the decision makers. And among citizens, the roadshows, you have seen them before. Yesterday, Mariah explained the first and second photo. So it was not only for the public, for grown adults, but also for children who came. So because children do have a great influence on their parents. They talk to the parents, they learn something, and this also spreads the good news and knowledge through well, all the citizens. And also the pilots, as Steen said this morning in Middelkerke, but also at the other pilots, there has been public participation, which is also very important. So to resume, information is a key, and you have to be informed as a local authority, for instance, and inform at the start of nature-based solution process and project. We think it's important that you do it at the start, as much knowledge as possible, and then you learn through the whole process. And then bring all necessary actors together at the start of nature-based solutions and projects, and interact with them at the right time, at the right moment in the whole process. Let's back to Bert.
Okay, thank you. Elke, you didn't get applaud, sorry. So you've heard quite a lot about what we wanted to do, how we thought about so the conceptual idea of intertwining information and actors. So how did we really engage? Maybe let's start with you've been filling out some Slidos for David about this ending conference, but we also did that during all the lectures and the seminars that we organized. And the good thing is that a lot of people really want to be want to take the lessons that they learn during the seminars and these lectures. They want to implement it in their own life, and that's the blue bar that you see there. People are interested to do what they can do, but they need to know what they can do, and that's about 70% here. As a civilian, what can I do in my personal life? And also, I want to be informed further. But people also, they want to engage. So we had, as said, we had like about 1,200 people informed using these lectures, and about half of them are really interested to think together with the municipality about concrete measures that they can take in their personal life or help implement in the city. So people are actually waiting for initiatives, to cooperate in. So that's a good thing, but they need to get the chance for that. About the decision makers, yeah, that's harder thing. We already talked about that. It's sometimes they follow the will of the people, so you need to inform the people, as we already explained. But a few of them are keen to take the lead, but then they need to be informed, right? And then they need to be identified as decision makers that are willing to take the lead. And WP1 has done quite a lot of interviews on that, on who they call the agents of change, and who they are in the specific regions, because you have key people in these regions that are willing to take the risk to implement new structures, and you need to find that kind of people. So, but I will not spoil some of the lessons learned on that. Probably it's coming tomorrow, Flavia. Yeah. So it's all this information and the different regions. We had to make a bespoke program because every challenge is different. I already said we already explained most of this. Of course, we have lessons that we can learn from the pilots when the coastal conditions in the project areas are the same in other regions. You can try to copy paste some of the approaches, so you don't have to start from zero every time again, but you have to do it in a way it works for the municipalities where you will start with. And then I'll skip this one. But how did we tackle this for SARCC, as we have quite a lot of challenge? We started with theming all the challenges that we had, that everybody faced upon. So we had in very nice colors. We had with online sessions due to COVID. We identified all the themes that we wanted to tackle during the program, the urban leisure capacity building program, and then we worked it more out in detail in every region. So originally we were going to have workshops and seminars. The seminars were more broad, informing for people who were not very aware, who didn't have a lot of knowledge, more informing. And then engaging was working in workshops together around the table, like let's tackle this and that problem in detail. Like we did a bit at the workshop in October with Marinev. But then, of course, we had COVID, so we need to do everything online. So we missed a bit this. Our approach to do workshops in detail around the table could not be done. So we sticked a bit to more informing sessions. So it was probably less engaging, and it was hard to interact with people. I think everybody here has suffered from that you don't have a lot of engagement when people are just sitting behind their computers, and you have less. We couldn't make it as concrete as we want. Oops, sorry. But that's on the next slide. But we tried to, as much as we can, have in the 4 regions, and then Elke will come back to that, tackle all these themes that I showed to you in video clips that are informative and hopefully quite interesting to work further on that. They are all accessible online on the SARCC workshop, on the SARCC website, and on the YouTube channel, and they're every video clip tackles a kind of problem or tries to inform people. And I would like to thank the EA, who did an awful lot of work to organize these sessions, these online sessions in the UK. And then we had Vlissingen, who organized then a live session in Holland. And all of this knowledge can be found on the SARCC website. Of course, we know that just putting it online is not very engaging. So that is why Jasmine has talked about yesterday that the visualization toolkit, there will be also there will be created an extra part where local municipalities can, with some basic questions, can start selecting what kind of coast do we have, what are the challenges that we are facing, and they can be diverted to the movie clips or the video clips that are online. But that is still to be developed in the last months. So the visualization toolkit can be also used as a tool to identify the right measures that you can take in your municipality. But then Elke, over to you for the other results.
Yeah, I was thinking we cannot show you one of the videos because most of them are at least 10 minutes, so we won't do that. But I will have and just show you where you can find them. So this is the SARCC website, and at above you have the output.
It's not showing it, so I'll just...
Oh, it's not showing it.
Are you going back to the presentation as well?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, not finished yet.
I know, I'll just have to... yeah. There we go.
Okay. Thank you, David. So here is the SARCC website. I suppose most of you know it very well. And when you go to the output there, you can see that online seminars are here. Of course, they were not all online, so we don't have recorded them all, but these are the ones who are recorded. So there's one good thing out of COVID. We have the presentations online, and we can always look at them when we want to. Oh, it's not going back now to the presentation.
Are you coming back to the website?
No.
Okay.
Yep. Thanks. Another result of our work package 2 is the guidance booklet for urban authorities. It's not only work package 2 who made it, we made it with all the partners, and special thanks to everyone who read it, and sorry for chasing you all to read it. So it's 3 parts. The first part is about sea level rise. That's informative. Remember that it's for local authorities. Some of them don't know anything about, or maybe just a little bit about sea level rise, the problems with it. The second part is a pilot, so every pilot has a part in the booklet, and after that we have the 10 lessons learned. So sea level rise, facts and challenges of climate change and sea level rise. It's written quite easy easy reading, so it's not too difficult, so normally everybody could understand or should understand what it says. Same with storm surge. Then sea defense, hard infrastructure and nature-based solutions. There we give a list of the several hard infrastructures that we have and all the nature-based solutions who are in the pilot, but others also, like the sand that they put on the beach to strengthen the beach is also in there. So every nature-based solutions that can be used in the 2 Seas region is in there. Then we have a part of ecosystem services. I won't tell much about that because tomorrow Hanne and Michiel will explain all about that. A part of European policy and goals, that's not a very large part, but just how to explain how it works. Then we have the 2 Seas, 4 countries and 7 cities part. That was quite a difficult one to write, because in every region we have other legislation, we have another way of working. So it was a bit of thinking, how can we put it together in a in a way that you can read it easily, that you can understand how one country works and how different that it is to other countries. And then we have the longue durée, which was explained yesterday by Gary. So here are some of the pictures of it. With every pilot in it, they all have a map who shows how the city is structured, and you can see that they are all quite different. And then we have some of the pictures of how it is, how it looks now, how it has been, which nature-based solutions had been used. We also have a word of the mayor. Mostly it's the mayor or someone who is involved with the law and who does work in the city. Then a part 3 is the 10 lessons learned. Well, some of them we heard already yesterday or this morning and during our talk now. So the first one is choose nature-based solution when possible. We still have this grey reflex, as we call it, to choose the grey infrastructure. So it's a bit of a lesson. You don't have to use it. You have to look what is beyond that. How can you use a nature-based solution? Second one, incorporate the ecosystem service approach. Will be explained tomorrow by Hanne. And then the third one, the design and implementation of nature-based solutions need co-creation. This means you need an integrated look on the whole thing. You have to look at tourism, you have to look at industry, harbors. These are all important things, and you can't work without them. So you really need to co-create a nature-based solution of the implementation. The first one, quadruple helix. We already said, work together, not only stay on your island as a local authority, but work together with your citizens, with industry, with academic people, to create something that is really good for your municipality. The fifth one, find or be the agent of change. That's a difficult one. You really need those people who can engage and who can make other people enthusiastic about things. It doesn't necessarily have to be the one who knows everything about it, but the one who has a large network, who knows people and who can really make people work on something. So, and I think, Flavia, tomorrow you will be talking about that too. Then look across borders and learn, especially in Flanders or Belgium. We do have the border with France and with the Netherlands. They work in a different way, but we have the same coast at that point. So it's important to work together to look how they do it on the other side of the border. And as we did in SARCC, and it was, well, very helpful to see how we work, what can we learn from other cities, other countries. 7, remember the long durée to recall the historical patterns of change. It's an important one. We heard it from Gary yesterday. You really need the reflex to use this in your implementation of the nature-based solutions. 8th one, ongoing monitoring and evaluation of both project and process is necessary. We mostly have the problem when the project is over, then it stops. And it's very important to monitor, to keep on monitoring, because this is the decision makers, they want results, they want to know how it goes. And it's not only important that you have the nature-based solution where you can look at, but you really need to know how does it evolve during time. Can you use this, and how does it work? Does it really work? And with these things, you can persuade them to use a nature-based solutions. The 9th one, we had it this morning, and I think yesterday too. Establish an accessible platform or tool for knowledge sharing and capacity building. That's a very difficult one, and I don't think we have the solution here. You can't ask from local authorities to do that. They can't make the platform. There is a lot of knowledge, but you have to reach it. How do you reach it? We think it's more a thing for a higher authority to make this accessible for everyone. But of course, there has to be someone who does it. Maybe another Interreg project about that. And then the last one, find co-finance and create new business models. We heard that yesterday, and I think today also. It's also difficult to find the finance, especially for local authorities. It's not always easy to do it on your own. So this is a point you look at European projects, see what other authorities can do for you. And the new business models, that's a bit about the ecosystems. They also have a value, and they never think about it. So you have to incorporate that value in your project, so you can. It's easier to persuade the fact that it has a certain value, and it will be better. We heard it this morning, I think, from Steen. Also, that was well. Now that this nature-based solution is there or is being created, the value of the houses rises. So, okay, that's not the ideal one, maybe, but it's one that you can persuade decision makers with. Okay, we have the online version at this moment. It's an English version from the booklet. The Dutch version will be ready in January next year, and it will be printed in March, but I will have a look if it works. Are you going to do it? Yes, I'm going to do it. He doesn't trust me.
No. Yeah.
Okay, this is the booklet. I think for a lot of you, you haven't seen it yet, but you have worked on it. So this is an introduction, and then you have the first part, rising sea level. So it has a lot of pictures, not too much text, but enough to be, well, to use it. These are the different grey infrastructure and nature-based solutions. The European policy and goals. Here you see the different cities. Some more explanation over here about the wave dynamics. And the longue durée for the ones who want to read it. You put a lot of work in it, didn't you, Gary? It's worth reading. Then we have the pilots over here. Every pilot has a few pages with pictures and explanation how it works, how it looks like, and the mayor's, statement, right, thanks. Here we have Ostend. Seen some pictures of it today. I hope you recognize them. Blankenberg. I have to say this is, it's not the final text. We still have to have some small changes to it, but it's nearly done. So by the end of January, it will certainly be ready. Vlissingen. Also saw some pictures of this this morning. Newlyn. And Southend on Sea. I think we will, there it is, what we saw this afternoon. I hope everyone recognizes it. And then the lessons learned that I told you just recently. Oh. That's not good.
That's all good. I know.
Yeah, thanks. So before we let you go, we have some 4 take-home messages. Inform and engage. What do you do? Know the right people and choose the right moment to talk to them and to persuade them. Knowledge and actors intertwined. Work together, learn together, and you are not alone. Remember Frodo. A bespoke program. Know your city or municipality and know your challenges. And the results use our lessons learned, I would say. Thank you for your attention.
Thanks, Bert and Elke. So we're coming to an end of our conference today, but if anyone has any questions about the engagement that our wonderful colleagues in the Flemish government have been doing, now is the time to ask, or about the booklet, of course. Do you have anyone in the room who wants to ask anything, or anyone online, perhaps? Yeah, I think, yeah, we'll... can you get a microphone to them? Oh, you've got it, yeah, so if you ask the question.
So we've, you just mentioned the importance of looking across borders when it comes to differences in governance and the implications of those. I was just wondering if you had any sort of key take-home learnings that you've had over the course of this project, any differences that you found that you'd be particularly interested in.
Okay. For me personally, I thought very interesting the approach in the UK with the coastal advisory groups, the way the national strategy is implemented locally together with all the municipalities, and they get a clear budget together, if I understood it right, and you have to come to a conclusion with all municipalities to consent how which measures you're going to take with what funds. So there's a direct link but, through the same organization who is responsible for the national strategy until it's implemented locally. So that this kind of approach takes care that there is no knowledge that is stuck somewhere in the organization or in another other organization, and you have a quite clear pattern of clear how do you call it, flow of
information.
Flow of information from legislation until implementation, and that's a good thing. And I think that makes working together already a bit easier, because you have like the responsible people next to you and working together with you. Like in Flanders, I think we've seen the last 10 years, 12 years from a quite hierarchy that the Flemish government said, you will do that, municipalities, and you need to do that. Now we're going more to a system of co-creation, like working together, but we're not very well organized already to do so, because if you only saying local projects are good or they are bad in our framework of the legislation, you don't need a lot of people who are writing this advices, or this, how do you call it, advices, that is a word?
Advice, yeah, policy.
Policy advices, put it on paper, but now we need to co-create, and we really need feel that you need more people to engage locally to co-create, and that is quite a challenge to do that. You need more people, and you know, everywhere budgets are under pressure, resources, human resources are under pressure, so we would need more people to co-create, and that is quite a challenge. So I think the way in the UK it's been done is quite inspiring. And then we see, for instance, in France, the municipalities are a bit lost actually. There you have a very big distance between the national policy making and the local responsibles. Often the municipalities just don't know who to address with questions, if they can take certain measures or not, and what legislation is they should look into. So there's a very large gap between legislation. So that's why working across borders is important, because you can see in other countries this or that approach does work. So that's my lesson.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Any more? Yeah.
Yeah, I've got another one here. We've got someone asking about, it follows on from that quite nicely actually. Have you found any specific methods for spreading knowledge among the decision makers as being most effective?
Yeah, that's a difficult one, because not all the decision makers are the same. But what we experienced is going to the local municipalities, but to the asking to meet the policy makers themselves, not only civil servants, but also decision makers, and inform them straight away, answer their questions. Again, it takes a lot of effort, but you have a very high success rate, because you can take away a lot of questions from them. So direct information, because putting things online is good, but then you expect the other one to take action. If you inform them straight away, that's a good thing. But again, it's a big, you need a lot of human resources to do so.
Brilliant, thanks very much.
Okay, thank you. I'm glad everybody's still awake.
Just about. Okay, thanks, Bert. You can just put it down there. Yeah, so that concludes our session today. Thank you for everyone, as Bert says, who's stayed with us, both in the room. Thanks for coming back after the site visit, and also online for everyone kind of tuning back in and asking those questions. There were some additional insights that were very valuable. I know during the day a few people asked about the outputs and the recordings of this conference, so that's going to be available and is available already on the SARCC YouTube channel. It is going to be there for free forever, unless the internet goes down. So by all means, spread the message, tell your colleagues, tell your friends. They can go to the SARCC YouTube channel and listen back to any of the discussions and presentations we've had today, and yesterday, of course. And we will be releasing a slightly more edited version in January with kind of more, perhaps more focused videos for each of the sessions. So stay in touch with us on the social media, follow us on the YouTube channel, and you will see those come in January. In terms of the outputs that we've had presented today and yesterday, that's the booklets for both Work Package 2 and the visualization toolkit. They are available on the SARCC website. So if you go to sarcc.eu, there is outputs and on the menu, and that's how you can find them. And the booklet that Bert and Elke have just presented is going to be there. It's currently there in the almost final version, and it will be finalized in the next month or so. But you can already read the sections that are there. So I think that pretty much concludes today. So thank you everyone online for joining. Thank you everyone in here. We will be resuming tomorrow with some more academic aspects, and with studying the pilots and kind of looking at how these can be mainstreamed. So definitely a lot of interesting speakers to come in the morning. Thank you very much for coming. I hope you all have some plans for dinner, or perhaps go for a run to wake up from our last session. But yes, so thanks, and I will close the day today.